Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
What does this red button do again?
CJ, thanks for the resub, man. Good to see ya. Okay. I haven't been able to do much playing or much streaming lately because I've been so busy with work, so a bit run down. Be switching over to DCS very shortly. I just got to finish setting up some stuff. And knocking shit off my desk, apparently. We'll find out, Tycho. We'll find out. Together. I really wish that the music bot had like a volume check, because I love this version of the song, but it's so loud. I have to manually turn it down every time it comes on. I just woke up early. I got a hockey game to watch in a couple hours, and also I don't want to fuck up my sleep routine again, because that would be really bad for work. It's already pretty bad. Like, I frequently get less than 6 hours of sleep a night. My body needs 8. But, if I stayed up all night, that would fuck me for the next week. Okay, now I can turn the music bot back up a bit. I'll set it to like that for now, I guess. We can always turn it back up later. Yeah, it's it's a whole ass thing. So I'm getting, like, I'm on a minimum of about 23 hours a week, because they're getting, it's complicated. Because I'm a fucking special snowflake, i.e. disabled, they get paid a subsidy to employ me, but that subsidy is contingent on the number of hours per week I get. The number of hours per week I get is nothing to, like, I don't get a say in that. That was decided on by Centrelink based on their assessment of my ability to work, which was apparently done without speaking to me at any point, because they've decided I can work about twice as many hours as my little sister, even though she's the more functional one, which is very interesting. And because my job involves working until the work is done, like, I don't have fixed shifts where I go home at a certain time every day. I go home when the work has been done, because if the work has not been done, shit fucking jumps off. You know, it's a fucking motel. If rooms aren't done, they can't, you know, they can't operate properly because they can't get guests into them if the room's a shit fight. So some days I go home at 1:30, some days I go home at 4 o'clock. And that lack of predictability kind of fucks with me, but mostly the fact that I'm working 4 days to make up the minimum hours, but then if I work like past my usual go home time every single one of those 4 days, it burns me out really hard. So I need to try and get my doctor to give them a bit of a fucking wake up call and be like, yo, this ain't gonna work. So then they can cut me to 3 days, which I don't even know if the motel will do, but we'll find out. Because the thing is, I only need to work 2.5, 3 days a week to make as much money as I need to live off of. Like, that's the thing. If I had to work 4 days a week just to survive, then yeah, like, whatever. But I don't. I only need about 16 to 18 hours a week worth of pay to pay food, rent, bills, and have a little bit left over to save. So I'm basically, you know, I'm working a whole extra day that I really don't need to, which I'm not too happy about. Seven hours tops of sleep for a while now. I can kind of get by on 7, but I've been frequently getting like 4 to 6, usually on the 4 end of that, and that really fucks me up. Like, my body is pretty strictly geared for 8 hours a night. If I get any more or any less than that, it stacks up over time, and after a week or two, I'm completely fucked. I think we can swap over to DCS now, although we're in between missions. So there might not be action right away. Oh, fuck. That was a lot more sudden than planned. Hello. I also need to remember to change this because my PC apparently restarted, which I don't know when the fuck that happened, but that's a thing it did. So we get rid of the low light comp, get rid of the autofocus, and there we go. You'll notice the frame rate on the camera just got a lot smoother. That's the low light compensation. It really fucks with it. So I always turn that off. Hey Nebulord. Bonsoir. Just waiting for DCS to load in because the mission's swapping over. Ugh. At least 9 hours, that's not good for me. I tried that. If I sleep for 9 hours, or God forbid 10, I wake up even more tired than if I got 4 hours. Like, it's fucked. Probably gonna give all my neighbors a shits by being, you know, talking at fucking 4:30 in the morning on a Sunday, but it's the only time I've been able to stream. Like, I can't really stream during the week because I'm working. Except that, you know, usually before my day off, I'll do one in the evening. And on the weekends, I've got other shit to do. So the streams might be really inconsistent for like the next month or so because I've got other things as well to get done. I've still got that article to write, which I haven't even started yet. Yeah, I don't know how many streams they're going to be for the next month. There might be some, but probably not as much as normal. But I really need to get these days reduced. I might be flying blue here. I don't think I've flown blue on this mission before. Let's take one of these and maybe hit some ground targets. See how much I remember about how to use it. Probably nothing. Beirut Hariri. Did I get a reserve slot then? Oh no, he might have just changed the... Oh, the names are... Never mind, slot names are switched around. Destroy all 6 road outposts marked on the F10 map as red circles. Provide CAS for... Okay, I can do that. Waypoint 1. Road outpost 1. Okay. I like me rockets.
Request rearming.
A bit of coin, yeah, a bit. But like, you know, like I said, I'd rather have the hours reduced. It'll be nice to have the money to spend, but like, I don't have that much to spend it on, to be honest. I haven't even spent into my inheritance from my grandmother yet, so... Like, I've just got that sitting there as my travel reserve. And then whatever else I make from work on top of that is basically just covering day-to-day expenses.
Rearming complete.
If you guys want to see a visualization of everything I've bitched about with this module for like the past 2 years, there is now finally found the fucking time to do it, a bug report on the forums, which describes the issue in some detail. What the fuck is going on with my mirrors? It's the fucking night lighting, which is on, but like it's... Man, what the fuck? DCS lighting is weird. Okay, so that's all done. We need our cartridge. I'm not going to set in any fancy offset waypoints at the moment, because that's too complex for my brain at this hour of the morning. That would be the clever way to do it, though. Like, normally you'd want to do that. And normally on Enigma serve, when I'm hitting depots, that's what you'll see me do in the Vigan. I'll set in at least one offset waypoint, line myself up down the length of the depot, and then hit it that way. No, Saber, I just felt like doing something different. Because I pretty much only fly the F5 when I do blue stuff. It gets boring after a while. Well, not boring, but like, for you guys, it's kind of uninteresting to see me fly the same thing, because that's what I would normally be doing anyway on red. I think I punched in 580 and not 58. 580 turns off your turn av, which the AJ didn't have, so that's why I'm turning it off, because immersions. Now the other thing is, this fucker, this should be on auto, that should not be on manual. That's your fuel regulator. And I kind of suspected that might have been the cause of some of the Vigan's performance issues, but I don't know. It's probably an issue, but I doubt it's the whole thing. Because they're pretty significant issues, put it that way. Switch to attack. That we don't need because we're carrying rockets. We're gonna... Yeah, we'll use long range mode, why not? Okay. And we slave the HUD. We'll go to nav. Because I... Does this have the fucking... No, it doesn't. Because I'm a dummy that still hasn't taught myself to do INS fixes to update the INS yet, we're probably going to get some significant nav drift over time, especially if I do any harsh maneuvers, so that'll be fun. Where the fuck is the HUD brightness control? It's on the side, isn't it? There is HUD control, or like HUD brightness control somewhere. I think that might be it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, there we go. Let me just double check my SRSs. Yeah, okay, we're the only one on the channel. Did everyone else on Blue just, like, leave? Yeah, okay. Makara is the only other one on at the moment, and Mike Delta will probably go Blue. We need more people on the server. It's so fucking empty today. I mean, it is a bit early, but still. Probably be another hour before it would hit peak pop normally. I've never actually played Rust on stream. In fact, I haven't played Rust for a great many years. I'd only ever played it once or twice anyway. But no, I'm very rusty in the sense of I haven't been playing DCS because I've been too busy working. Last minute mind change about which runway we're using. Yeah, it certainly looks like it can be fun. It's just that I never really got into it. When I initially got it, I had issues running it on my PC. Turns out because it really wants an SSD to run on, and I didn't have one to put it on. Or I did, but like not one with space on it. So yeah, I never really got into it. Oh, he's got drawings on the map. He's got drawings on the map. Yes, good shit. So yeah, we got some road outposts to hit around the city of Homs. And we're coming from down here. So I've flown this mission a few times, but always from the red side. I don't think I've ever flown blue on this mission, on or off stream. So that should be a new experience. We're a vegan, we don't need the whole runway, so we'll just use this much. Red's flying out of Basel al-Assad. I think there's some coming out of Damascus. Yeah, Cold War, Alpenwolf server. It's been so long since I've really flown this thing much, it feels kind of weird to be... Like, the ground handling feels a bit odd. It hasn't changed, it's just... my memory's getting hazy. It's bitching at me about my nav system already. So I probably didn't align it properly. Technically, I think I know why. Technically, I don't think you're supposed to hit switch from BER, whatever that's short for, to nav until you're actually lined up on the runway. But I'm not sure if that's the way it works in DCS. It might be Like, it might be supposed to line up on your parking spot. But honestly, I'm not sure. Loud and clear. What? Oh, that's clicking the fucking trigger. That's not what I want to do. Where's my click zone for my radar filter? There should be a click zone for it, I just can't remember where it was. That's way too bright. We'll just set her in autopilot for a second. Whoops. There we go. That'll do it. Bottom left next. Oh, right. Yeah, I see it.
Hey, Ross. Good evening. Seen you for a while. How's it going?
Busy, busy, busy. Lots of work. Don't tell them I said it, but I'd rather be here.
How have you been anyway? How are you doing yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. How about you?
Tired, and yeah, but doing quite well. Being a dad is hard work, but it's the best job in the world.
Yeah, definitely worthwhile. That would be keeping him busy. There's our target on the radar. So that's going to be one of the road waypoints, or one of the road VCPs. I'm going to do a pop-up before I get to it, and then try and visually acquire it.
So if you do your ground vehicle stuff, T-72s are indestructible from the front. With armor-piercing rounds and from the Abrams, early tanks from the front.
Oh, interesting, they broke something, did they?
Yep.
Can you still one-hit kill them with HE?
Not from the front, no. Frontal armor, no chance. Can't do anything to it. Can't hit them on the sides.
I wonder if they tried to fix the HE thing, and in doing so broke the armor piercing as well.
Yeah. Well, it's heat, isn't it? They don't have HE.
It's...
Are you talking HE from the planes?
No, from the tanks. I don't think they actually have proper heat, but at the same time, it's too powerful to be... Like, it's too powerful as explosive to be heat, so I don't know what the fuck they're doing with it. The whole tank ammunition system needs a rework, honestly.
Oh, no, yeah.
According to the game, the T-55 fires 105mm NATO ammunition.
Yeah, no. They shortcut on a lot of things. Here's a question for you. Did you, last last year when Nick Gray did an interview, I think, with the Grim Reapers. And he gave out his email address. But I've gone through the videos and stuff and I can't seem to find it. Did you watch that interview?
I think I remember watching it, but I'm not 100% sure because I have like zero sort of medium-term memory. I mean, if he was giving it out on that, it's probably floating around somewhere, but...
Yeah, I've tried. I've found it online everywhere, but I just can't. Because I wrote to him, you see, but I can't find the bloody can't find my email that I'd sent to him. So unfortunately I've lost it and I can't. It's a real pain in the ass because I wrote, but I ended up just sending it by the internet, you know, the service support, but they're pretty useless and don't, you know, they've not sort of got, I've told them to pass it on, but I've had nothing in reply.
Yeah, I think service, or like the support guys will just, they're there for technical stuff, and if it's not technical stuff, they kind of don't bother with it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what I bound this to.
There's a lot of stuff in the email, actually, for him, not for them, you know.
Yeah. It's a little risky with that power line, but we got away with it. Being tracked by something. It's probably a search radar. There are some SAMs here though.
K50 and MI8 to keep an eye out for. I don't see the MiG-21 as of yet, but I'll let you know as soon as it comes up.
Cheers.
If you can deal with the tanks in the Air Defence Academy, 067 for 14.
I'm loaded out with rockets now. I'll come back with mavs for them, I think. Because the rockets might not do much.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to relearn to use the mavs though, because I haven't used them in forever. So we're about 15 kilometers out. Oh, please don't have cloud obscuring the target. I think we're going to have cloud. That is going to be an issue. I mean, I do have the radar, but I need a visual lineup. Don't freeze, DCS. What did I even buy my fucking... Shit. What did I buy my trigger to? Oh, this has already gone off the rails. I'm right on top of the target. Too close for long range mode. We're gonna have to re-attack, which is fucking bad. Bad news bears in the Vigan. It's down there somewhere. In fact, I think I saw it for about half a second. This low cloud is really not ideal for what I'm trying to do here. That's also very bad news. That's something tracking with intent to kill. Okay, we're about 10 k's out. Where the fuck did I see that outpost? Right there. Bro. Oh, you know why? Because I was in the wrong mode. Amateur hours. At least now I know where it is. Well, I just, like, because I've got a new stick, right? I rebound the entire plane, and I don't remember what the fuck I bound half this shit to. Currently fighting with my binds because I don't remember what everything's on my new stick. Constellation Alpha. Like, I've had it for a few weeks, but I haven't flown the Viggen since I got it. Why is my fucking trigger not going? Oh, for fuck's sake, because I forgot to line it up again. You can see why you don't want to re-attack. Their air defense is completely awake now and shooting at me. This new stick has also caused me to lose all my muscle memory for flying the MiG-21. I need to relearn the plane. Bro! Why is it not firing? The safety's off. I got rockets selected. It's in attack mode. Do I not have them attached to the aircraft? What the fuck is going on? It says I've got rockets. Oh my fucking god, I know why. I know why. I remember what I bound the trigger to. Yeah, it's bound. It's bound to the fucking pickle button because that's what it's... Like, my old binds on the Viggen, I use the trigger as weapon release. The Viggen weapon release is actually the thumb button on the real aircraft. My flip trigger is my safety. The trigger itself is...
I've got friendly troops just north of the chemical factory on the east side of the lake.
Gotcha. Yeah, so it's on a button, which is why I was frenziedly pressing the wrong fucking thing. There we go.
Okay, so no eyes on that MiG.
Frames are a bit crap today. Hello? I would like to go home. Did I break my nav system? People are already asking for it. People have been asking for it the whole time. At this point, I say I don't care if they ask for it, just give the Hind its R60s, because they're not going to be as good as people think. And just because the Hind has R60s doesn't mean you need the Gazelle Mistral. The Hind is such a huge and relatively unmaneuverable target, it needs those R60s to fucking defend itself. Whereas the Gazelle is tiny and can't be seen unless you're right on top of it, and even then it can't be seen half the time. You know, same thing with the Huey. So, if people want to whine and bitch, oh, it's unfair, it's imbalanced, whatever, fuck them. Who cares? I think I've broken something. Because it should, or at least it used to, when you hit El Mal, it goes back to its home waypoint, but it's not doing it. I mean, I can find Beirut easy enough, but... Oh yeah, people argue plenty about this game. No, it's not still a box at long range, but it's still a very large helicopter. Like, they're enormous. Yeah, it might be Seal. Like, that went off as soon as I took off, so the nav system's out of whack somehow, but usually even with that light, I was able to get a home waypoint before. The flashing E, I don't remember what that's for. They've changed some aspects of the nav system since I flew this last. Going back with Mavs is going to be real fun, because I don't remember how to use them either. Only thing I can think, that's not going to affect it because it doesn't fucking matter, but... We actually hit anything with that? I don't know, because my score hasn't reset. We hit something. Because it did update the air-to-ground kills category, but I don't know how much we actually hit. Okay, I need to... actually head for the coast here. Not entirely sure where I am. Hey, Toad. Thanks for the raid, man. Good to see you. Hope you had a good stream. I'm having a dumpster fire because I can't remember what I bound everything to on this plane. Just send me wherever. I'm having nav system issues here.
Roger.
I don't know what the fuck I've done to this plane.
Melodies, 340 for 30.
34030, thank you.
Yeah, so I don't know which version of Maverick that you need. F, you've got 12. G, you've got 16. H, 42. D, 24. K, 12.
Mountain in front of us. Climbing into a fucking cloud with a mountain in it. 0 IQ flying right there. Okay, I know where the airfield is, it's just over there. Might need to punch some numbers into the nav system once we land so we can tell it where the fuck we are. So, because I turned turn nav off, that will cause drift in the system over time, much more than usual, but it shouldn't have caused issues immediately off the runway. I think I might have aligned the system at the wrong point. Like I said, I think it's supposed to be done at the end of the runway before you take off, but I don't know if that's simulated in DCS. I have a feeling that in DCS it wants you to do it in your parking spot that you spawn at. The airfield's around here somewhere, although I can't actually quite see it. Yes, if I knew how to use it. That's one of the skills I haven't taught myself yet. There's a lot of stuff in this plane I haven't taught myself to do yet, to be honest. Oh, that is the airfield. Oh, what the fuck? Is that a grass strip? Okay. Oh no, it's concrete, it's just very green. So I'm at flight idle right now. I know I'm descending, but I'm at flight idle. I've got the air brake out. Look how slow, I've got the nose above the horizon now. Look how slowly the speed washes off. So, yeah, we'll call that a drag issue. Hey boys. That's, something ain't right there. Is that a turn-off thing? Maybe it is. I've had issues with an AS system getting knocked out of alignment before, but not like this. That's beeping at me because I'm too slow for its liking. Drop the gear now. There's the runway. We want about 15.5 degrees angle of attack for a short landing, but I don't really care if the landing's that short. Go ahead and pull the thrust reverser now. Like I said, it has been a while, and I'm rusty even in the MiG-21 and the MiG-19, so you can imagine how bad I am in this now. Have you seen the thread, Noplius? That was a bit steep. I'm a little worried that may have been a tail strike. I mean, I think this does have a tail bumper, but still. It's a little aggressive. What is that stuttering? Keeps happening. Just microwaved everyone on the airfield. Oh well. "16's getting another FM update." Yeah, I saw. Dude, I have not played DCS except for an hour here or there for like a month now. I just do not have time anymore. Like, believe me, I wish I could, but I can't even get other shit done, let alone play DCS. And this is also going to be a short stream today, by the way, because I want to watch the hockey, so probably a couple hours. No, I haven't tested that. That sounds like a good way to end up as a smoking hole in the ground. And yes, the War Thunder Viggen can do... Well, I don't know if it can still fly backwards, but it can use it in flight, which is fucking stupid. Just dumb fucking pandering to memes. We're gonna park ourselves right in the middle of the fucking piano keys, so I know exactly where I am. Okay. Hang on. ES. Oh, E is an error, isn't it? Let me fucking open up the Bible here and have a look. Output codes. No, that's... I'm looking at the wrong thing. Does it have one for waypoint codes? I don't think it does. No, it doesn't have one for waypoint codes. Although they changed that recently, so... Let me... That probably helps.
Ross, highest priority at the moment is the helos. So make sure you've got a gun pod.
I might just switch aircraft then, because I'm having some issues with my nav system. I think I've broken it. Yeah, I could realign everything, but...
Do you have any indication where that aircraft is, GCS?
If he wants me to attack aircraft, I'm just going to switch to the F5, because the Viggen I use for air to ground. Oh, G-Man's on.
Not that far.
Alright, thank you.
Roger.
I'm probably going to forget what all my binds are on this as well. Because I haven't really flown it since I... Oh shit, have I got binds on this is the real question. I think I do. I fucking hope I do. We'll shortly find out. Combat mix, we'll just go full flares. Get that.
Request rearming. Copy.
Chief, connect ground air supply.
Copy.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Fuck. I thought I bound this. We're having a dumpster fire today, chat. Absolute dumpster fire. Imagine being prepared for a stream.
Rearming complete. Ground air supply is now connected.
Stick. Let's make sure it's got the right buttons. So that's set on my... That's not set on my throttle. Interesting. I wonder what... Because my dogfight mode worked last I checked. I have rebound the throttle for the F5, I'm pretty sure. I fucking hope. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see, what do we got for the radar? Yeah, I got everything bound up on my throttle, so... What was I using then for fucking dogfight? What have I got it bound to? Oh, no, shit, it was on the stick, wasn't it? Fuck. Yeah, it was on the stick, okay. So that goes... there. I should probably rebind that to a different switch, because that one's kind of awkward for me to reach. Because I have long fingers. That'll do. What else is on the stick? Trigger's done, dogfight's done, TDC I think I've got bound on the throttle. I think that should be everything.
Chief, turn on the ground power.
Wait, no, I don't need that. I'm an F5. I have a battery.
Copy. Ground air supply. Copy.
What am I doing today? Jesus.
Ground air supply is now connected. Copy. Air is now applied.
You do sense an F5.
Copy.
I was in the Vigan earlier, but I've completely forgotten how to use it. And we need air-to-air at the moment, so I'm in this instead. Yeah, I know War Thunder's adding the Phoenix. What a fucking shit show. An absolute shit show. I don't know why you would. Well, I know why they would, because it's fucking easy money from fucking Top Gun addicts, but it's not going to be good for the game. Not that it really matters, because I don't play it.
J50 going down.
To be honest, he's probably better against helicopters with ground vehicles than I'm going to be in this thing. But we'll stick with this for a flight or two at least.
Chief, disconnect ground air supply.
Ah, we got a buddy.
Copy. Ground air supply is now disconnected.
This is in the F5. Ah, it's G-Man.
Alright, real talk, where is the runway in this?
Take your pick. There's like 3 or 4 of them. If you take the next right, you'll be lined up on one. I lied. This is a taxiway. Oh well. You can flight lead.
Oh, you want to take off from this? Well then.
Yeah,
let's
sure.
go.
I mean, it's basically... look, if you ignore the markings, it's a runway. Forgot my takeoff trim. Shit, 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 shit. Just do it on the hop.
Exciting.
Want to turn around from here? Good enough for Harrison Ford. Yep. No, wasn't a pain at all. It was easy. Yeah, I know. I'm happy about the R60s. I'm a little less happy about the Cord, because first of all, it's a Cord. I would have preferred a PK, even though the PK is less firepower. It's more correct for Cold War. Second of all, the gunner on the Cord is a literal, like, 2015 Russian infantryman. Like, I wish they just left the old model for the gunner. Or done one that would fit the 80s. Oh, the song. I'd like to turn it up, but I can't really tab out when flying formation. Or something approaching formation. Yeah, I know. I fucking don't know what the well, I know what the obsession with 2000 shit is. It's fucking Hoggit. But I wish it didn't exist. I really wish it didn't fucking exist. Give us, like, actual Cold War shit, not 2000s versions of Cold War shit that are gonna be irrelevant anyway because you've got 2000s versions of newer aircraft that are better anyway. You know, like, what the fuck, dude? is DCS called Hoggit? No, DCS isn't called Hoggit, though it may as well be at this point. Hoggit is the subreddit for flight simming, mainly DCS, and it's full of people with fucking stupid opinions who like to run their mouths about shit they don't understand. Hoggit's where the MiG-21 is hard to land memes come from. Hoggit's where the MiG-21 is an interceptor memes come... Well, one of the places they come from. Hoggit's the place where the capabilities kind of shit comes from, where people will bitch and moan until ED adds every fucking weapon ever built for a module. Like, Hoggit is the reason the F-18 is so wrong compared to the real thing, because they kept demanding ED add shit that the aircraft didn't carry for the version that ED made. And they've already started doing the same for the Strike Eagle. Like, they've already been demanding weapons that only the South Koreans use. And, like, stingers on the Apache and shit. Which, again, is something the Americans do not use. But they saw a Korean Apache do it, so they're convinced that we need it. I think this is the closest formation I've ever flown. I'm slightly nervous. Especially because I think I might be in his blind spot. Given that the F5's entire rear area is a blind spot. Oh, bro, don't even start me on that. Although that wasn't Hoggit, that was the ED forums. Hoggit's come up with some similarly stupid takes about the MiG-21 flight model, but not quite that stupid, and that's thrown me off. I'm kind of lost my place there with the throttle.
GCI, are you still on that?
Why did I just... Oh, I accidentally turned my fucking gun sight off. Reaching for the key to open and close chat. Merlin, you on net? Might be AFK.
Alright, I'm heading north then.
Bit of wakes there. And again. Whee! Hey, Fire Silver. MiG-21? No, it was never designed to be an interceptor. The MiG-21, when it was originally designed, had no missiles, had no search radar, it had a gun-ranging radar only, like the F-86. It was a light daytime fighter with guns. That was all it was. It was designed to engage and destroy aircraft over the front line. It had even less fuel than the version we have, so it had no legs at all. It's basically designed to kill shit over the front line. In Russian terminology, the MiG-21 was designed as and remained a light frontline fighter, which is roughly equivalent to the Western tactical fighter. Basically, it was an F-16.
That's the Al-Qusayr Lake in front of our nose right now, Ross.
Okay. Yeah, it was basically an F-16. Now, the second generation, which is the PF and PFM, they began incorporating search radar and some interceptor features because they were used as stopgap interceptors and for export to countries that needed an interceptor, but the Soviets didn't export their big boy interceptors, ever, except the MiG-25 after it was, after Belenko's defection. So things like the Su-15, Su-9, Su-11, Tu-128, never exported. Those are real interceptors. A real interceptor needs range. It needs a powerful weapons system and radar. It needs some kind of ground control data link, which the MiG-21 eventually got, but wasn't originally built with. And the MiG-21 was like the minimum size aircraft you could really clodge that system into. So, by the same token, the F-104 was not an interceptor either. The F-104 was best known for serving as an interceptor with the Americans. it spent about a year or two in Air Defense Command, filling the gap before the F-102 arrived. Because the F-102 and F-106 were having developmental issues, and so ADC needed something. They needed something fast, and they took the F-104, and it turns out that the Starfighter was completely unsuited for the role. It was absolutely horrible as an interceptor, and ADC got rid of it almost immediately. They palmed them all off to the National Guard. But everyone, particularly in the US, remembers the F-104 as an interceptor, when originally it was an air superiority fighter like the F-15, and it later evolved into a multi-role aircraft. So there's a lot of misconceptions, particularly in the West, about what interceptor means. In the context of Cold War aviation, an interceptor is a very specific, very specialized aircraft designed to do a very specific role. And it has some particular requirements that you don't really get on tactical fighters. But for whatever reason, particularly in the English-speaking circles, the word interceptor is just assumed to mean anything that goes fast and climbs well, especially if it's not, if it's known for not being super maneuverable or, not being able to turn very well. It suddenly becomes an interceptor in popular narrative, when really that's not how that works at all. Yeah, I already punched mine off. J7 I'm not too interested in because, I mean, it's basically just a MiG-21 with slightly different development process. The J8, though, I would love a J8, particularly a J8-2 before the Peace Pearl upgrades. Or before it got any of the fancy modern shit, like a 1988-89 J8-2 would be really interesting for me.
Leveling.
JH7 would be nice too, but I don't think we'll ever get one. What do we got on red? MiG-19, MiG-21. So we do have some red cap. We're not going to see helicopters up here, but... 1948 quarter the other day. Nice.
Alright, so what do you want to do? AWACS says it's clean. We could go down and hunt for helicopters, but I don't know.
That's probably the most useful thing for us to do at the moment. There is going to be some SAM threat, but as long as we stay on the sort of southern side of the city, we should be okay.
Yeah, alright, we'll have to dive now then.
I'll follow you down.
Diving. I'm gonna aim for that lake. It's a good reference point.
I'll follow. Shit, I lost sight of him. There he is. I'll get some distance so I don't run him over. G-Man's a lot more conservative with his throttle than I am. So wait, turbulence again.
Smokes off to our 2 o'clock.
Yep, seen.
Breaking right to the skid.
You just get that call out, 317 30 9000. That'll be a MiG.
Yeah, alright, let's get back up then.
Be careful about high altitude. Remember, they have R3Rs.
Yeah, true, but at least we'll get RWR running, so we can turn away.
True. I'm also getting locked by a cub off my left wing.
One of those tanks just exploded. Keep an eye out for those helicopters.
I wouldn't mind having more US aircraft as long as they're Cold War, like actual Cold War US aircraft. Are you getting really bad stuttering? My game's locking up completely. Which it should not be doing. Like, my PC is enough that I should never get stutters like that anymore.
There's artillery hit our airfield, that could be the cause of it.
Artillery is not usually enough to do it. I lost sight of you completely, G-Man, in that cloud.
Roger. Currently at 10,000.
Oh, I'm at 12, so I'm probably above you. I'm coming around to the left. We just stepped on each other. Shit, 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 shit. $29029. Alright, I'm at 15,000. I'm gonna level off here.
Alright, I'm at 17, I'm turning 290 now.
I'm established 290. Like, the thing is, aside from a few specific red airframes, I'm more interested in, like, having more Cold War blue stuff than more red stuff. There are some red airframes I want, like, right now, but, you know, I'm not super hyped to have, like, a bajillion versions of the MiG-21. If we get multiple MiG-21s, maybe 2 other variants is all I'd care about. I'd buy them all, but the only ones I actually really want are probably 2 other variants. But give me the entire Century series, please. Radar contact. Shit.
Might have gone to deck.
They have. Don't pull, don't pull, don't pull. I merged. It's a 19. I'm in a left-hand turn on the deck. 19 behind me.
Roger.
We're north side of the lake by the large smoke column.
Eyes on, eyes on.
I'm lead.
Sorry guys, I forgot my radios and stopped working.
That's alright. That was close. I didn't see that launch in the sun. He's fired 1 missile and missed. He's pulling out behind me.
It's only 6 now, Ross, and don't you clock?
Yep. I forget what I bound my fucking countermeasures to.
Sure, friendly neighborhood, salmon.
Oh wait, no I don't.
Rossman, if you're able to do a right turn. Okay, circus vector, 611, 200. Okay, Ross, turn left. Head bearing at 237, 237. Circus 11, land up. Zone 6, don't you close, Rossman.
Fox 2. Oh shit, Ross, pushing you.
shit, G-Man got me. Should have gone for guns. He's probably not going to kill the 19 now, because the 19 will just out-energy him. Oh, actually, G-Man's got a fair bit of speed on. Yeah, G-Man's missile went for me. He should have really gone guns, because we were so close together, and I was in full burner.
The logistics point for the Hueys is being attacked by artillery.
By what, sir?
The 19 extends enough.
Copy.
Was that splash right there? Like, as you said that, were the shells hitting?
Yeah, I'm watching now. Rounds coming in on the...
Because every couple of minutes I'm getting a really bad stutter, like my game's freezing. I wonder if it's the artillery.
They've been constantly landing for the past 5 minutes at least.
Okay, well it's not that then. Something's causing my game to freeze up, I'm not sure what. It shouldn't be, because I got a really beastly PC.
That's probably the tanks firing. It's too frequent for the artillery.
It's Soman. He's pretty good at the 19. He flies it a lot. I would have preferred to merge with the 21. I can handle a 21. I still have not worked out how to effectively fight a 19 in this.
Request rearming. Copy.
Chief, connect ground air supply.
Copy.
Just get a 3090. It's not even, like, the thing is, it's not even a video card issue, it's fucking CPU, because DCS is single core, except in the Mirage 2000. And so, like, for instance, when I'm playing on Enigma server and the bombers hit their target, it spawns so many explosions and so many craters so quickly, and in such a small area, it causes my game to freeze. Even if I'm on the opposite side of the map, looking in the other direction, it will freeze my game when those bombs hit, which is just like, what the fuck? Like, that shouldn't be a thing that exists. And yet it is. And also because the craters stay for the entire mission, unless they're on a runway, you get this effect where, as the mission progresses, particular weapons will cause the server to run like shit. This is why cluster bombs are restricted on most servers, because the only cluster bombs that don't generate craters are the Rockeye and the Beluga. Everything else spawns craters. And the more craters you have over the course of a mission, the worse performance gets. So, some of you may remember I used to have an issue on the Two Towns mission on this server, where as the mission went on, my performance would get worse and worse when I was looking at a particular town. That town was the blue town, and the reason my performance is getting worse and worse is because every single Su-25 was dropping KMGUs in large amounts. And so by the end of the mission, there were literally hundreds of craters in this tiny little space, and it was choking my PC out. Random freezes checked somewhere? Yeah, by default. I think I do have high-speed RAM enabled. I'll double-check at some point, but I'm pretty sure it should still be enabled. I didn't disable it, so unless an update did, then it should still be on. Yeah, it's a shame that it causes that, because I would like to use cluster weapons, but it's just not workable.
Southeast. And then you're going to be heading 050.
I need to head back to base. My fuel is getting low.
Roger, it'll take about 2 minutes.
Roger that.
Did I select the wrong loadout? I think I did.
Just have a look. So, anywhere now bearing
Why do we have so few Chad missiles?
So keep coming 130, please. Too far.
Do the engine crossbleed start the other engine? I forget how to do it.
Sorry, say again, 100?
140.
It's too late now anyway, isn't it?
Just south.
Isn't it like you have to... There's no switch for it, so I guess you just run the power up on the engine that's already going?
So we just lost something on the south of the airport there.
Potentially me picking up a generator with a jet tagging?
Well, maybe. Okay, 611, turn left now. Head in...
You can't get P5s in Alpine server, they've been restricted in here forever. By that, I mean for like a year and a half, 2 years.
Will do.
Connect ground air supply.
Yeah, this is Alpine server.
Ground air supply.
Merlin, are you aware of any minimum range for deploying the CTLD threats?
I mean, the P5s aren't needed if you have actual skill, but
Are you aware of any
I still usually take them on an Enigma server just because that's what everyone does, right?
Not yet. 611 MiG-21 at 336 with 7. Stand by, Sam's fire. He's down, he's flash.
There's no smokes out here. Oh, hold on, I see one. Something just went down over there.
Roger. You got friendly search to your front there, so it's going to be southeast of you, 2 miles. Yeah, okay. If you want to go... hold on, I'm just going to have a look at... yeah, there's no missiles there. Do you want to
Hey,
go
Josh.
back home then? 611. Vector
Yeah, we'll do that.
270.
I'm so used to being the only circus in the server, it's weird to have G-Man on here now, so I have to actually listen to my call sign. Why the fuck is that up? I don't remember clicking that. Did I bump a key? How the R23 perform? Like
I'm
a
gonna try and make it to Beirut. I think
probably a
we'll
name
take that
7E.
to look out.
Roger. You can,
It's about equivalent to a 7E. More reliable though and better at low altitude. Like, it's got a better seeker in it. But aerodynamically it's similar to a Sparrow. I did remember to raise the nose, yes I did. No, it does work. The fuel balance always works. Crossfeed is, you pretty much use it just to fill the tanks from the fucking drop tanks. It's got a HUD. It's not like the MiG-29 where it's got the airspeed and everything on it, but it's got the radar on the HUD. Like, that's why the MiG-23 doesn't have a radar scope in the cockpit. So you'll still be heads down for some of your instruments, but you do have the HUD, you've got the gun sight on the HUD, you've got some basic flight information on it, and then that's also your radar scope, and your IRST scope as well.
Gun sight, man. Have you got that JTAC yet?
No, it's much better than the F-14's HUD, like enormously better. Well, in terms of... Well, yeah, even in terms of flight information, it's better.
Doesn't give me a range, it just says
Like, the F-14's HUD is only barely a HUD.
Roger. I'm just gonna pop smoke. I'll pop some flares. Just look for them. And,
Think of it more like the MiG-29, but with the airspeed and altitude removed.
You ready?
Yep.
Is there news? Not that I know of.
Set.
But I'm out of the loop at the moment, so who knows.
Negative. I'm currently overflying a Vulcan to the north-northeast of the airfield.
Oh no, you're gonna be coming south, mate.
Copy, okay.
So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I got eyes on you. Yeah, 1, 3, 6. Watch the flare.
Yeah, there we go, now it's starting to fill up a bit. Oh god, we got MiG-15s. Oh no. Oh no.
I've got a challenge you here. If you can bring it next to here, because it's...
It doesn't have a funnel at all. There's no funnel in the 23.
Yeah.
It has a radar gun sight, but not a funnel. So there's a couple modes for it. It has like the marker sort of cross which you aim with, and then it also has the other mode which is kind of similar to the Su-20. Well, it is the Su-25 reticle basically. Yeah, put the thing on the thing. No funnel, no
Just took off from Hammer,
what do you call it? Tail on the gun sight like the Mirage has.
from the lake, bearing 006
But
miles.
thing on the thing.
2,500. 611, vector 228, 26 miles.
That's probably G-Man.
614, vector 041 for 63.
04163.
Graphene Merlin, you'll go.
Yeah, that would have been G-Man off my nose, returning to base.
Graphene Merlin. Targets for you is... I'm just thinking. Could we try and maybe aim towards the airbase? No, sorry, the enemy farm. Obviously, you'll need to keep an eye out for sounds. Cheers, Banter.
Be aware that's the last JTAC crit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we only get one, don't we?
Potentially, I'm not too sure, I just know they said that was the last one.
Contained it.
Yeah, I think we only get one.
I don't think they did.
So it's-
I'm pretty sure they haven't yet.
Protect it at all costs. So, thank you very much.
No problem.
Cotty, do you want to drop a link to Petsy's video of the simulator to show what the radar scope looks like, which by extension is the HUD? Imagine not having it, like, pop up in your fucking frequently watched videos thing. Okay, I think that's all cluttered down there. Let's check my binds. I will say this stick was definitely designed for somebody with smaller hands than me, which is kind of something I should have thought about. I mean, it's workable, it's just a little uncomfortable to reach the gun trigger. I don't really have big hands, I just have really, like, unnaturally long fingers, so... I'm, like, screwed up like this just to use the trigger. Barely. Rob, barely. It's not going to be very good. It takes some time to ready it up. For each R60 you carry, that's 2 ATGMs you don't carry. Well, each 1 or 2 R60s, depending which rail you use. So it's going to have some time to actually prepare the missile. From a launch speed of 250 kilometers an hour, you'll be lucky if you can hit a target 1 kilometer away. It's pretty much its primary use, air-to-air, is going to be against aircraft overshooting in front of you, which, like, if they do that, they're stupid anyway. Or, you know, perhaps crossing in front of you very slowly. For all other cases, the ATGM is actually a more effective weapon, because the ATGM has a little more reach. I wouldn't even say it'll affect helicopter versus helicopter, because the R60s don't track helicopters worth a damn. Maybe from co-altitude shots they'll be a little better, but in my experience, R60s at Hueys are a fucking waste of time. They never hit. I need to clean my monitor again, I got so much dust on it. Yeah, well, I'm 99% sure that's exactly how it's going to be. So there'll be much ado about nothing when it releases. It'll be fun to have, like, don't get me wrong, I'm glad we're getting it, finally, but it's not going to be very good as an air-to-air weapon. It's basically a last-ditch self-defense weapon. Since it is an R60M, you'll also be able to use it to pop morons that fly co-altitude head-on towards you. But, like, again, if they're doing that, they're idiots. You know, if I'm attacking a hind, I'm coming in from above and behind, and then, you know, when I overshoot it, I'm immediately pulling up to get above it where it can't hit me. Because even without the R60, there's a risk of it gunning you or getting an ATGM off. RCAI for a quick reference here, since Mike Delta's probably busy driving a ground unit. Nothing. Recenter my track IR. Yeah, I'm on Alpins. I'm having a bit of a shit show today. So pretty much the only DCS I've flown in the past month has been a couple of hours on Enigma server in the evenings, just mostly doing ground attack. And then a couple of hours doing tests to bug report shit, that's it. Haven't done any dogfighting, haven't done any actual, like, air-to-air combat, really. I just haven't had time. I've kind of burnt out a little bit on DCS as well, so I've been playing more Flight Simulator. But I haven't even had much time for that, so... Like I said at the start of the stream, I'll be trying to, as soon as possible, knock another day off my roster at work, if they'll let me. I hope they will, because I don't want to ditch the job. I would prefer to keep the job, but... Like, if I'm going to end up not being able to reduce my hours and getting stuck with 4 days a week of however long it takes me to get out of there, I'm just going to look for something else, probably. Because, as I've said on previous streams, my life philosophy is I don't care about reaching the top of some fucking bullshit corporate ladder, and, like, in a small business, that's not going to happen anyway. I don't care about that. I don't care about career progression. I don't give a shit about any of that. Work is something I do to pay the bills and pay the rent. It's not something I do because I want to get any sort of fulfillment out of it, because I don't get those kinds of jobs. Like, if I had the kind of job I actually care about, then yeah. But for survival jobs, no. I work the number of hours I need to cover my rent, cover my food, cover my bills, and then save maybe 100 a week, and then that's it. I work no more hours than that if I can help it. Which, you know, is a very unpopular kind of lifestyle with our social system, because it demonstrates a knowledge of how the system's actually set up to work, and it demonstrates that you won't be a good, obedient little slave and obey it, so that's probably why I'm getting fucked around. R14? Yeah, I did. Oh, yeah, asking Cotty. I've seen that one, yeah. Interesting development. But also kind of unnecessary, to be honest.
Something killed one of my challenges on the south side.
Well, interested in seeing how the meeting on Wednesday goes. Good luck, man. Good luck. Hopefully it goes well.
Heroes bearing 023 for 10, please.
02310. I forget, that's 10 miles, not 10 kilometers, so that's a reasonable distance away. Something just exploded over there. We've got a fighter inbound as well. Not seeing anything. Big and above me, that's probably what my radar just grabbed.
0.6.
I'm such a complete red brain that every time I hear 15 I start worrying, because 15 kilometers is like my sort of minimum range where I want to be reacting to something. And then I remember, 15 miles, yeah, that's a fair ways out. Don't need to worry too much about them just yet. First one's heading southeast at the moment. Yeah. EWR, sorry, the waypoint 1. I saw something pop up for a second there off to my left, but...
Osman, MiG-15 at 090, miles, turning west, 8,000.
Got something else over there. It's probably gonna catch me a Sam. Now we find out if I remember my uncage button. Yeah, I remember what it is. Splash one.
MiG-15 at 310, 2 miles south. 2,500.
I'm gonna extend back and come back to him. That was a really close shot. I wasn't sure that was gonna make it.
There are Shoka and a T-72. T-72, I can't kill the T-72 from this angle.
It's just a bang-bang system, I think it's open or close. I'm not even sure if it does that, actually. It might even just be single position. Circus 1-4 recommitting.
Heading south at the moment, 5,000. Last one, Hind at 002 for 15. If able.
002, was that? That's Tau.
Mid 15 at 02724, heading south, altitude 5000.
1-4 tally hind.
15 that's... Roger.
Tau, do you want that or do you want me to take it?
I'm blind. Tau, mid 15 at 06242. Postman, that's merge on your 2 o'clock now. 3 o'clock now, mid 15.
Alright, I'm committed on the hind at the moment.
Roger.
Oh, don't freeze now, DCS! Hits on hind, my game started as I merged.
Roger. So I've got a couple of T-72 and Shellcat and the ZU-20 Tau, mid 15 at 06341.
Copy, can engage with the Shilka.
Can you vector me onto the 15?
Yes, sir.
He crashed.
Still floating around.
I see you, Tau, I don't see the 15 at the moment.
He's north of you at 2062.
Charlie 15.
I'm blind.
To the north, 090, with the cloud. A lot of clouds climbing, high. Turning hard.
He's just coming back down.
There's Tau.
Shooting climbing.
Okay, we'll just try to shoot tank with 30 mil.
No.
1-4 still blind.
Turning with me. Fuck, he's climbing and shooting at me. Disengage. Okay, he's kind of like faked.
I've lost sight of both of you. Oh, I see now.
03042.
Shit. Some way and nothing.
Shit, I lost tally again.
Yeah, there's carbon shield here, and
I can't see anything under these clouds, it's too dark.
What are the headlights? Can you see?
Tally. Splash.
Okay, it's medium bound, MiG-21 at 3224, 16 ops, MiG-21, 1600. Sat.
Oh boy. I'm fairly low fuel and I'm guns only, so I might RTB. Do you still have that hind on scope?
Something north, but Sat's in the way.
Alright, never mind then. I'm RTB.
Oh, just hit him.
Nice.
Just hit him with a saber round. I think I did. Either that or rejection at the same time.
My wing snaps. My too fragile. My fucking pull 10G with no consequence. But that was 10G symmetrical, so it didn't bother the aircraft. If I'd pulled 11 or 12 symmetrical, it would have broke me. It's almost like I've been saying the entire time, the aircraft's not too fragile, people are just bad at flying. The new sounds for the F5 engine throws me off. It sounds like I got the air brake out. I don't, but it sounds like it. A lot of the burners should have that boom. The F5 does, actually. I think even the F18 has kind of a... It sounds kind of like it, but it shouldn't have it. I think they just did it as like an audio cue, because you would feel the kick in the seat as the burner goes in. So, you know, a lot of people complain, oh, the switches are too loud, in real life you'd never hear them, whatever. It's a concession to gameplay, like, you don't feel that unless you got one of those ass-kicker seats. So you need some kind of reference to know that you've got the burner on, so they just turn the sound up a bit. Like, with switches, you need some kind of reference to know the switch flipped, so you've got that loud click. Hey, Dark Soul. I would have preferred to hang around and fight Zach, but, like, with my fuel level and guns only, either he would kill me with a missile, or I would run out of fuel before I could get a gun solution on him. Most MiG-21s I would engage in that situation, but not Zach. Yeah, it should only have the whooshing sound, but it's got the boom as well. I'm not a big fan of the door gunner. Like, I really like the R60. I wish instead of the cord is a 2000s type thing. I mean, it's funny, haha, big 50 cal machine gun, but I'd prefer just a PKM in the back, because that's what was typically done during the Cold War, was a PKM in the back, and then the crew chief could move it to either side of the helicopter in about 2 seconds if he needed to, whereas the cord is permanently fixed. The other thing is that, yeah, the door gunner is like a 2015 era Russian infantryman. He's got full Ratnik kit, he's in EMR, like, it looks so out of place in a Hind. I mean, I know they still use the Hind, and that's why they've done it, but, like, why do ED keep giving us 2000s shit? Or 2000s versions of Cold War shit? You know, they should have just given him, like, an 80s era flight suit or something, so it would at least be a little ambiguous, and you could use it for both, but... like, he's modeled as a Russian infantryman. So I don't like that. I mean, I'm glad we're getting a gun, but I'd prefer a PK, as I said. It's less firepower, sure, but being able to flex it from either side of the helicopter would be nice. Want my IR jammer even if it didn't work? Yeah, same. Exactly. Like, bro, give us the helicopter as it was when it entered service, not as it is, you know, fucking 40 years later. I really, really intensely dislike this trend of everything having to be fucking mid to late 2000s. I know why they're doing... well, I have a suspicion why they're doing it. I don't know for sure. But, like, I don't care if it's... If Hoggett will complain if they don't get my capabilities. Fuck him, you know? Fuck him. I think ED needs to pander less to the loud part of its community, which is to say Hoggett, and the M capabilities guys, and it needs to actually start putting stuff in that can be used by mission makers to make good missions that people will want to play. Not just for single player, but for multiplayer as well. Like, for single player, yeah, whatever, you can do whatever you want. But in multiplayer, like, we have so few time-appropriate assets to put against each other because people keep demanding M capabilities. Well, fuck that shit. I wonder if that script's misfiring and that's causing the hangs. Anyway, yeah, fuck that. Like, aircraft should be added, if not in their original configuration, then at least in a configuration from their sort of prime era. The prime era for the Hind is not the operation in Syria. I mean, it did pretty well in Syria, but that's not its prime era. Its prime era would be the Cold War. I'm way fast on this approach. It'll float. Hey, Runner. We're having a bit of a shit fest today, because I've forgotten how to fly. No, we're on Alpines at the moment. It's a little bit populated. It's still pretty quiet compared to what I'm still used to, but there's some people on at least. It was really quiet when I got on. I was worried it wouldn't populate today.
So, 15 at 08425 out, as in south, 3000.
Everything suffers from a personality crisis. Everything's mixed from 100 years of history. Yeah, exactly.
And MiG-15 at 048.
I mean, how many people on the forums have been begging and pleading for a MiG-21 Lancer or a fucking MiG-21 Bison? Some of them have even been saying that those weapons should be added to the MiG-21 BIS. Like, there was a guy unironically saying, oh, we should add R-73s. The Cubans use them on their BIS. The Cubans rewired their BIS to be able to do that.
Fight cover over the lake.
I really hate that M capabilities mindset. Like, bro, chill the fuck out. And you can actively see it in its sort of natural environment with the F-15 and the Apache. Because as the F-15E was being developed, and they said, look, we're doing a US Air Force jet from this block, whatever era, people immediately started saying, but what about my harpoons? What about my this? What about my that? Naming weapons that only the South Koreans or the Saudis use. And demanding that they be added to the F-15. Same with the Apache. People were immediately demanding that it be given Stingers, even though the South Koreans use them, but the American Apaches have never been fitted with them operationally. I think the Americans tested them, but they've never operationally fitted Stingers to the Apache. Ever. Like, that's not a rare thing, that's a it doesn't happen thing. It's not approved to carry that loadout, it does not get done. You know, as it is, even with the weapons that the aircraft did historically carry, you can do things like triple rack MAVs on the A-10, which are not really done operationally. You can do it, but it's bad no-no. And yeah, it's like, oh, well, you know, you shouldn't get up people about playing the game the way they want it. That's fine. If you want a triple rack MAVs, fucking go hog wild. But if you want to start getting shit added to an aircraft that it did not carry or shouldn't carry in the guise it's portrayed as, then that becomes a problem. Because you end up with this power creep bullshit going... Like, it's... Yeah, they are a bunch of War Thunder players. DCS players like to think they're better than War Thunder players. They like to think they're these amazing ascended individuals because they play a study sim. Spoiler, if you can buy it as a civilian, it's not a study sim. It's high fidelity, it's not a study sim. But, yeah, they think they're so much better. Like, no, you're fucking War Thunder players at heart. Like, you act like War Thunder players, you talk like War Thunder players. All this talk of buffing and nerfing, like the guys on Enigma server crying the Vigan got nerfed because we've now given it the historical amount of Mavericks it could carry. Still can't carry its historical amount of missiles, by the way. If that happens, I can only imagine the server's going to explode. It's a small minority of very loud people, but like that, it's War Thunder. Like, you're upset that you can't min-max anymore and get 4 kills per sortie, 4 guaranteed kills per sortie at no risk to yourself. Like, if you... Here's a challenge, and I'm sure if they pull this up in the server stats, it will back what I'm saying, because I've been right about every single fucking assertion I've made about Enigma server so far. Every single one. As soon as I've seen the stats, it's like, oh, that's what I said, you know, a month or two ago. Yes, my own farts smell fucking wonderful, thank you very much. But no, like, I guarantee you, if they pull up the stats for this, the amount of use of all the Vigen's different weapons, Mavs come out on top. Every time. I have seen maybe 2 or 3 other people use rockets and bombs. Everyone uses Mavs. For fuck's sake, these guys, particularly the like, was it 4 or 5 people complaining now? I saw them doing anti-ship with heavy Mavs. The RBO-4, a purpose-built, cool as fuck anti-ship missile, is there. But you can only carry 2 of them per sortie. That's why they're not using them. You can only carry 2, and they're draggy. So they just use Mavs instead. Like... Min-maxers, dude. Fucking gamers. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I do everything according to real-life procedure and I'm not a fucking gamer. I obviously am. You guys have seen the way I do shit. Like, I'm probably one of the worst offenders when it comes to doing unrealistic things. But I do unrealistic things in the sense that I'm lazy and don't fly procedure and I just throw the plane around. Like, I try and stick to fairly reasonable loadouts, for the most part. And I'll min-max a bit, but not to the point of never doing anything else, you know? Like, about as min-max as I get, is, in DCS at least, is on Enigma's server, where I carry S13s on the Su-25. That's technically a min-max. But that is dwarfed by some other people in the DCS community. And it's funny because, like, not even talking specifically about Enigma server anymore, just talking about DCS in general, you'll get these people who will argue, oh, you unfairly nerfed my plane, whatever, and then you say, well, that's what it can actually carry, that's what it operationally carries in the real world, and they say, oh, well, why are you arguing realism when fun should be the focus? On the other hand, if you come at it from the fun approach, like you are destroying gameplay for the rest of the server, they'll go, oh, but it's realistic. Like, I've said this before in rants, but the DCS community only gives a flying fuck about realism when it benefits them. If it's cool, or if it makes them, like, if it makes them more effective at the game, they want realism. If it would hamper them in some way, like, oh, I don't know, canopy distortion, which is a real thing that doesn't exist in DCS, or bugs on the windscreen, which were a thing in the MiG-21 until they complained hard enough they got them removed. That shit, they don't want to know about it. They don't want to know about it. Loadout restrictions, because the aircraft's weapons computer can only hold so much information, they don't want to know about it. You know, operational limitations of the aircraft, well, we have seen in this plane, they do not fucking care. They don't want to know that the plane is only rated 7.33G symmetrical, with a particular fuel load and loadout, by the way. You put any air-to-ground stores on this, kiss your G-limit goodbye. It's not even shit you need to read the manual to know, honestly. Cover the windshield in burn powder from 24As. Yeah, exactly. Or the engine choking. See, I avoid the S-24s because I know on the MiG-21 they're broken, and on the Su-25 you get better weapons anyway. So I'm not a member of the Church of the S-24. I only use them when I absolutely need to. I was working on, I haven't had a chance to touch it for weeks because of work. But I was working on a rehashed version of Ships Ahoy from this server. And it has very heavy weapon restrictions. The Vigens can only carry what an AJ-37 could carry. and the MiG-21s are stuck with their shit, and the F-5s are stuck with their shittier missiles. And I'm expecting people to hate it, but who knows, maybe there'll be some chads that come along and enjoy things like AIM-9Bs and R3Ss. I'm expecting a lot of pushback from the vegan guys though, because they always fucking complain when you take their toys away. I don't know, dude. I have never seen another group of players in DCS complain so fucking hard. And that's even including the modern Blue 4 guys, who will throw a massive hissy fit if you don't let them have AMRAMs on an 80s server. I just don't know what it is about that plane, but it attracts the fucking worst people. It's been how many weeks since that change was made, and they're just sitting there passively aggressively sniping at the staff on the server. Like, what the fuck, dude? If it was my server, I would have banned them at this point. Like, if I ran that server, I would have just said, look, fuck you, fuck your attitude, go play somewhere else. Haha, I was wondering why the aircraft was accelerating so slowly. I forgot my air brake. Oopsies. Classic F5 pilot. Alpin has removed the Car 50 from a lot of missions. It's still in some of them, but he did pull it from a lot. However, certain things like the Vigans loadout, you know, the AJ can only carry 2 air-to-air missiles total, and it couldn't use the tip rails. That's not on any of his missions. If he enforced that, it would cause a lot of drama. Because even mentioning it in the forum thread used to cause a lot of drama. I wouldn't say that. I haven't done shit all, dude. I've restarted the server a couple of times, and I've basically just, like, bitched out people. That's all I've done. I would like to do more, but, I'm not a very proficient mission maker, and I don't really have the time at the moment. The trim's not zeroed. That's close enough. Well, I mean, yeah, because he'd listen to what people tell him, which is, it's kind of a blessing and a curse. You want somebody that does listen to their community, but you don't want somebody that will do whatever the community tells them, because it's very easy for them to get lied to and then, you know... Like, we used to have BK-90s on the server. In fact, a couple of years ago, when the MiG-21's flight model was broken for a patch, you guys will find VODs of me flying the Vigan merrily slinging BK-90s at shit, because I didn't know any better at that point. I didn't really know much about the plane, hadn't looked into the history of it, hadn't read the manuals for the AJ. But yeah, we used to have BK-90s, we used to have the all-aspect sidewinders for it, we used to have all sorts of shit for it. Hey Mol, thanks for the follow. Yeah, rear aspect is a lot of fun. I honestly think that Enigma server would be a lot more enjoyable if it was rear aspect only. Like, half the reason I don't fly on there as much at the moment is because I'm kind of tired of the all aspect shit. It makes it too easy if I get the jump on somebody, and if I don't get the jump on somebody, I get P5s. 02015. There's explosions going off below me at that airfield. Concerning.
21 now, Series 75. Hot. 15 is all on you on your 6, wasn't it?
No joy.
There's only six make 21 is at 292.
Okay, I'm mostly concerned about the 21 at the moment.
Okay, break left. Both merged, 96.
Oh shit. Yeah, tally 21.
Try to help.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it.
063 for 18.
The 15 is going to complicate this, because if I try and rate fight the 21, yeah, the 15's already slotting in. Oh shit, I'm slow. If you can, try and take out the 15, I can deal with the 21. In theory. Oh, maybe not. Yeah. Didn't even see him till he was behind me. No situational awareness today. I can't see shit. Yeah. That was Zach in the 21, I think, so... Like, if it was just us, I'd be reasonably okay with that, but the 15 there meant I couldn't really try and raid him because the 15 had just hit me instead. I can't really get into situations like that. I should have just noped out and ran for home.
Copy. Rearming complete. Ground air supply is now connected.
Bitching from blue if P5's got removed would be more than just a bit of noise, so get rid of the fucking R60Ms from red as well. Like, get rid of... Put blue on AIM-9Bs, put red on fucking R3Ss and R55s. And the A10 and the Su-25 get no missiles. They can just... Look, they got a good gun, they can turn well, that's all they need. Go back to those missiles, fuck off the F-14 and the MiG-29 for a bit, and see how that goes. That would actually be fun. I mean, I'm sure both teams would bitch to no end. Blue would be worse, but skill issue. Suck it up. Like, I'm just... I don't like pandering to the lowest common denominator, and P5 users are very much the lowest common fucking denominator, let's be real. I mean, I said this before, but look at what people complain about. They say they can't fucking hit anything with the RB-24s on the Viggen. I've demonstrated that it's easy to do that in a dogfight at minimum fucking range where you shouldn't even be firing that missile. They say you can't hit shit with AIM-9Ps. I demonstrated that fucking wrong how many times? I mean, both my AIM-9P shots today were like absolute arm-in shots on a very low heat signature target, and they both connected. Yeah, dude, like, people just fucking whine over the dumbest shit. Either get better at the game, or don't fucking whine about it. Like, I have no sympathy for that kind of shit, at all. I spent years getting to where I am now in this game. I'm actually worse now than I was a year ago. But it took me a lot of time to get to where I am, and know what is and isn't going to hit with an AIM-9. I'm not keen on just letting other people get a, you know... a fucking concession made for them because they can't be asked to learn. It doesn't even take that long to learn, really. Couple shots, you see you miss, so you take better shots. You see you hit, well now you know what your minimum fucking shot parameters are, you know? I don't know, dude. Just a fucking grumpy old man at this point. I mean, you see it from the guys that fly the modern stuff a lot as well. They'll come into the server and they'll get AIM-9Ps and they'll say, oh my god, these missiles are so awful. I don't know how you hit anything with these Cold War pieces of trash. Oh my god, it's so terrible. They're used to fucking 9Xs. Not even 9Ms, they're used to 9Xs. Like, what do you expect, dude?
Sandstone. Looks like it's still active.
Copy.
Oh, hang on, let me...
Now disconnected.
Flight cap at bearing 057, 20 miles, just north of Bombs, waypoint 6.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Mark Gold, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
He is, yeah, it's 41% gold.
I mean, that's the reason that fucking rear aspect is fun, is because it's about positioning.
Okay.
You have to fly your plane better to get into position for a missile shot.
Up towards
With all aspects, and particularly with the 9P5, because it has such a good seeker and such good fucking range, you don't need to worry about positioning. Any shot you make with an AIM 9P5, unless it's within minimum fucking range, is going to hit.
So in fact, yeah, we've got friendly at 5 at 3394.
Like, it removes all challenge from the game. I know some people like to have their easy mode power fantasy, but I don't know, for me that's not fun. I'd rather have something to actually, you know, challenge me. I think it's the same seeker head, but the P5 has a smokeless engine, or low smoke engine, I should say. Because the P5, I think, was just taking the L seeker head and putting it on the P.
MiG-21 at 270, 3 miles, heading south, 2000. Ciao, MiG-21 at 024 for 7. Well, yeah, I mean, the Nightmare's just launched over it.
I'm not in the mood to fly the F-86 today, Saber.
No.
And I haven't even bound it. Like, I'm on my new stick and I have not bound most aircraft. I didn't even have this bound today.
At 2000. Ciao, MiG-21 at 040 for 6, cold.
Yeah, Chow, there's one tank on the road.
The other thing is, Zach will not... Well, Zach might actually, because ego, but, like... When I get in the F-86 or the MiG-15, I just get outrun by people. They see me and they decide not to fight me and run away. So it ends up being more frustrating than anything.
Friendly at 5 down. Yeah, you're not there at the moment, but there's only that one MiG as I can see.
Can't kill Hadron. I mean, I hit him. I think he's still flying though. Still.
Alright, we're going to start getting the vehicles, start moving up north.
So, P5s will get bamboozled by large flare dumps, so Su-25s can decoy them, but the MiG-21 is pretty much fucked. Like in the MiG-21, even against the 9P, I've cut to flight idle and been flare dumping as the missile came off the rail and it still hit me. It doesn't care. So I don't know, like, well, I do know what blue players are doing to miss with the missile. They're getting, like, half arm in distance and then firing the missile. And then complaining it doesn't hit. Or they're, you know, firing at a target that's double their speed and then wondering why it doesn't hit. But, like, if you know the missile's parameters, you will almost never miss. You guys have seen me use the AIM-9Ps. I do miss occasionally, usually when I get greedy, but, like, those 2 shots today, I thought that those were kind of risky shots, and they both hit. No uncage on the 21, don't even start me. Don't even start me. Oh, yeah, for blue players, they don't uncage. They're starting to learn it, but a lot of them still don't. But yeah, the 21, if that could uncage, oh boy, the blue tears. Like, they already complain about the R60, they think it's a better missile than the AIM-9P, which is... it's not, trust me. I'd rather have the AIM-9P on my MiG-21, even with the added weight and drag. But if we could uncage the R60, that would change. If we could uncage the R60 like we're supposed to, I would prefer to have the R60, because it's a really good short-range missile. So if you want to see what the R60 is actually capable of in close combat, use the MiG-29. Because the Su-25 doesn't uncage it either. Server that blends late World War II stuff with early Cold War. The Korean War server, Korea 1952. Although it's it's got a fairly small community, so it doesn't always populate, but it has that mix. Some missions on Alpen's server, which is where I am now, also do that, but not most of them. Yeah, the MiG-21 should be able to uncage the R60. It possibly should even be able to do it for the other missiles, but definitely for the R60. Like, I mean, if you fly the MiG-19, you notice that when something flies across your nose, you get tone, and you still have tone until it flies 30 degrees off bore sight. It's because the missile's uncaging. Same with the Sabre now. 03670.
058 from use of BMP.
Could go high to save fuel, but we'll just come in at this altitude, fall back a little.
That's for Big Belt.
Yeah, one tank destroyed, BMP on the north side of the road. I'm going to try and engage it.
It's part of the firing sequence, like the older Sidewinders. I'm not entirely sure. Like, it might depend on the aircraft even. I'm not 100% certain. All I know is that the 21 should be able to do it. And it can't. Yeah, I'm hoping that they do. But that probably will be a long ways out. And there's other things that are higher priority on the MiG-21, like fixing the radar, which is fair. Radar and autopilot even should still be both higher priority. Radar, ASP, autopilot, maybe even the nav system I would put above the uncage. Like, uncage is really important and would really dramatically increase the effectiveness of the aircraft, but I can live without it until then. I prefer my other systems work correctly. Any more 15 versus 86 missions? I'm not sure. I don't know if he's working on any. I'm not. So, depends what he's been up to. Like, I haven't checked the forums except to report the vegan issue and argue with some people about the MiG-21. I haven't really checked the forums for about 2 months. I haven't flown much DCS for about a month and a half. Like, I've been just way too busy, dude. It should affect all IR missiles across all aircraft, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. I mean, belief was originally it was supposed to happen when the Hind got those missiles, but it's obviously been postponed.
211, 13 miles.
Because that would be part of a correct IR simulation for everything. That's why you don't use IR missiles against the ground at low altitude, because they will probably go for the ground. Like, so much in DCS is not simulated. You know, like, this sim does get certain things right that other sims don't, but there are so many really important things in this sim that are not done correctly at all, or aren't even attempted, and IR missile tracking is one of them. Oh, like, even the imaging they've got now, like, it sees smoke when it shouldn't. Like, the flare isn't actually simulated. Still, it's still not simulated. It's just using fancy textures to make it look like it's simulated. And this is one of my issues with DCS, and this is why I wish they'd stop listening to fucking Hoggit, is because they will change things like these clouds. They will change things that look really cool in a promotional video that Hoggit will post a million screenshots of and coom over. We don't have a working weather system. These clouds don't even move with wind. They're just static eye candy. You would think that in a flight sim, fuck the pretty clouds, you would have proper weather systems, proper turbulence, like you would go balls to the wall simulating weather before you'd even think about cloud visuals. But no, we have pretty cloud visuals and no weather system to go with it. We actually lost features from the weather system when they brought these clouds in, because these don't move. Like the MiG-21 radar doesn't see these, like it saw the old ones. It's just, there's so many features in this game that you can tell were added just for eye candy. Oh, they absolutely listen to Hoggit. They absolutely fucking listen to Hoggit. That's the reason the F-18's so fucked up, because they kept adding shit to it that isn't in the version they modeled. Because Hoggit kept demanding they add weapons to it, or add capabilities to it. I mean, ED are not as bad as it with, not as bad with it as some devs, like Heatblur, for instance, spend basically all their time on Hoggit, and will do shit just to kind of shout out Hoggit. You know, half of Jester's jokes are Reddit jokes. I'm not a fan of giving any community, let alone fucking Reddit, that much pull. Like, the vast majority of them don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Sorry, can I get vectors again for that 21? That might be him there. Oh, I see him.
Target 032 for 8. Tower's MiG-15 north of you. 3 miles. 2 miles.
Tower, don't follow him up. Just defend. I'm on him.
Tower MiG-15 and left wing, left wing.
Just stay defensive. I'm on the 21. Shit. That helps. Uncaged shot. Did he aspect that? He did aspect that, you cheeky bastard. So because the AIM-9P is rear aspect, if he turns more than 90 degrees to it, it's not going to hit him. Come hell or high water, it will not hit. That was my bad though, I should have paid attention and actually made sure I had my master arm on before I got into a merge. Because now the 15's going to clean me up if Zach doesn't gun me first. Yeah, there's the 15. Oh, do not freeze. DCS! Bro. Fucking game freezing. Jesus. Yeah, the 15's gonna kill me. God, he's accurate with that gun. And, oh, yeah, there goes my wing. I can't fight these two. I really needed that aim 9 to not miss. We'll do one more flight, I think. I'm starting to get the shits with this. Like, I'm so out of practice, I've barely flown at all, so... I think I'm gonna have to start flying off-stream in the evenings, just even against AI, to actually get the feel of the game again, because this is fucking terrible. Amateur hour.
Request rearming. Copy.
Chief, connect ground air supply.
At least the server's filling up, that's good to see.
Copy.
Vulcan to arrive, if they even implement it properly. Like, I don't know, dude. I'm not as down on ED as I was when I first came to the game, and I actually fucking listened to the kinds of bullshit Hoggett came up with, because I thought they were the go-to community that knew shit. Spoiler, they're not. They don't have a fucking clue. And now I've started to see more behind the curtain, the more I realize they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But there are some things that really fucking piss me off with AD still, and one of them is this, hey, let's add fucking pretty clouds to the game and break the weather system in the process. Hey, let's add a new flare system, except it doesn't actually simulate anything, it just makes the game pretty. Need to find out return fly routine and exercises schedule? Yeah, well, I need to sort out my schedule in general. Like, that's my issue, is I just don't have time. And when I do have time, I don't have energy anymore.
Chief, apply ground air supply.
Copy. Air is now applied.
Are you in the F5?
Yeah, the Turkish one.
Yeah, that's me next to you. He turned into my missile right as I was about to hit him, so that missed, and then the 15 finished me off.
Oh, that's 15.
Chief,
Oh, no.
ground air supply. Chief,
Copy.
disconnect ground air supply.
Ground air supply is now connected.
Get rid of the ground air and we'll do the crossbleed start again.
Ground air supply is now disconnected.
Did I forget something? Yes, I did. Oh, Tycho, don't even start me. Don't even fucking start me. Hello? Oh, do I still need the hose? No, I shouldn't need the hose connected for it. Why is it... Hello? Oh, you have to get the engine motoring first. Oh, yeah, I see, I see. I did it for the last startup too. I just forgot to actually hold the start button to get the engine motoring this time. Just remember to set my trim as well.
Okay.
How do you do the crossblade start? You run so you get one engine running, then you run that engine up to 90% RPM, and hold the start button for the engine that you want to start up. And then just uncage the throttle once it hits 15% as usual. I already took the Vigan, like, that was my first flight in a server, was the Vigan with rockets, and I completely fucked it up, because I forgot what I rebound everything to on the new stick, and then I fucked up my nav system. It did not go well. I don't think the Vigan's going to work out today, so... We're in the F5. Plus, Mike Delta was saying he needed... Why the fuck was that on? He needed air-to-air, and I don't really do air-to-air in the Vigan. Mostly because it's fucking broken, and it makes me feel dirty every time I do. Last night, I decided to give the new recon mechanic on Enigma server a go, so I hopped in the 21, loaded up nothing but the ECM pod and the fuel tanks, and got going. I had a Vigan merge 4,000 meters below me, rolling, merge 4,000 meters below me, coming the complete opposite direction on the deck at Mark 1 point fucking whatever. Right? I'm already doing about Mark 1 point something myself, like 1.1, 1.2. I was slowly accelerating, trying to climb away, because I'd done my run. He does a fucking, like, he launches a pair of Mavericks, heavy Mavericks at our depot, does a fucking Immelman, and is at Mark 1.6 by the time I'm hitting about 1.3. Like, he made up a 4,000 meter altitude difference after getting 2 Mavs off, did an Immelman, made up a 4,000 meter fucking altitude difference, and then accelerated to, like, nearly Mach 1.6 in the time it took me to get my 21 from fucking transonic up to about 1.3-ish. Like, what the fuck? So I have now come to the conclusion that reconnaissance runs in the 21 are fucking pointless on that server until either there's not as many Vigan players on, or they have something else to do. Because if they don't have something else to do, they just hunt 21s. And it's one of the same guys who said, oh, if I knew it was broken, I wouldn't have done it. Oh, I didn't know I was exploiting, or I wouldn't have done it. Really? And yet, here he is, happily... It's like, now the bug report's up, it's like some of them have been using it as a fucking instruction manual. I don't know, dude. Like, I don't want to say remove it from the server, because it's a fun plane to fly, and I don't want to, like, make the server less diverse in terms of airframes, but at the same time, the way people use it is just fucking frustrating. It is no fun to be on the receiving end of that plane, because there's literally nothing you can do to counter it. Unless the guy flying it's completely incompetent. And at the time I was flying those recon runs, by the way, the entire blue team were in them. There were like 6 players on blue, because it was low pop hours, it was pretty quiet. But the entire blue team were flying Vigans. All of them. Not a single F5 or A10 to be seen. So I was just like, you know what, fuck it, I'm not going to do reconnaissance, because I can't. Because I'll just get fucking wiped out by a Mark 1.7 fucking dart. The anti-ship missile? I really need to do that, actually. I haven't used RB-04s for a long time. Like, the RB-04 is one of the coolest weapons that fucking plane has. It's its signature weapon. and they'd rather use Mavs. Because Mavs are better min-max. Like, I don't know, dude. Like I said, I'm starting to get burnt out on DCS, and I think this is why. I'm just tired of fucking min-maxy shit in PvP. But at the same time, PvE isn't fun because the AI is dog shit. They're better now, they're improving them. Their BVR's a lot better, but probably better than mine even, but like, until the AI is genuinely at the level of IL-2 1946 or Cliffs of Dover, or even better, I can't enjoy single player. And believe me, like, with the amount of shit that goes on in multiplayer and the amount of fucking drama it spawns, I think at this point I would rather play single player. As soon as the AI is better, just fucking play dynamic campaigns or something. Saw those charts, I was dumbfounded. I knew it was bad, I didn't realize it was that bad. Like, I thought the 6 kilometer performance was a bit off, but I didn't think it would be, like, for those who haven't seen the charts, if one of you guys wants to post the link to the thread or whatever, the fucking acceleration for Zone 1 at 6 kilometers altitude is the acceleration curve that should be Zone 2, and the acceleration curve for Zone 2 is what should be Zone 3, and then Zone 3 is doing its own thing entirely. Zone 3 is, like, completely off the chart. Like, literally off the chart. That's the thing, Super. I don't enjoy it. Being on the receiving end of min-max gameplay is not enjoyable, whether or not you're trying to min-max yourself. Sayrook, thanks for the follow.
I was sharing the blue fob no stuff with 9 SP.
Yeah, I wondered, I thought it was tanks, but I was thinking the amount of rounds that you're firing on it.
It's like at the end, center of the homes. I cannot tell you their whereabouts, but it's fun. Takes me a while to set up the.
It's so long since I've heard this. This is the part where Tau finds out what a bad flight lead I am. Can't even trim my own aircraft. Yeah, mine too. Turning left. I can't plan shit at the moment, dude. Like, literally, I'm so busy with work, I have not played DCS. Except for a few tests and, like, an hour or two on Enigmas in the evenings. Like, an hour or two per week in the evenings. So, anything with the server right now, I basically can't do, because I just don't have the time. I don't play BMS. I have it, I just haven't played it yet. I used to play Falcon 4 when I was a kid. Main reason I haven't really bothered with BMS is I'm not that into the F-16. When they get the F-16A fully done with the custom cockpit, then I might start playing it a bit. Leveling off. Alright, let's come left again. I'm just going to try and kill time until this guy gets closer. I don't want to engage him over his own air defense. Can't even hold my altitude today. Jesus. What aircraft? F5.
Overlord 1-1, infield 1-1, request bogey dope.
Concerning. No reply. Might be out of the line of sight to the tower. Multiplayer, like, there's a lot of drama players that play the game in a very, like, a way that... Min-maxing, like, if you're familiar with the term min-maxing from MMOs, like, where you really try and, make the most effective sort of configuration you can for something with the minimum number of disadvantages. It's like a really cheesy way of playing games. People are starting to do that in DCS, and it makes it not very fun to play against them. Like abusing bugs or just doing things that there's no counterplay to.
Overlord 1-1, infield 1-1, request bogey dope.
They've always done it, it's just becoming more and more, like, annoying to deal with. I'm kind of tired of it.
It's radar contact 12 o'clock. 10 now.
I don't see anything on scope. I also don't see Tau anymore though. Assuming he's behind me somewhere where I can't see him. They're just playing with us. Probably doing the same thing we are.
Just call me if you do any turns.
I'm in a left-hand turn now. Think it's worth buying a sim right now? Sure. I mean, they're a lot of fun. It can be... Sorry, say again?
Do you have any magic on comms?
It's getting some from the AI, but... I think Mike Delta might be busy at the moment.
Yeah, just tie it on the ground, hold on, like ask him to check his radio.
It's a lot of fun, but it's expensive to get into.
You got 5.
Yeah, his radios are down, hold on, he's fixed.
Overlord 1-1 in field 6-1. Request bogey dope. In field 6-1. Overlord 1-1. Rock 340-428 at 16,000.
I tried to use one of the new features last night. That's what actually started it. Was I was talking about reconnaissance. Tried to do reconnaissance runs in the MiG-21 and people were abusing the Viggen's ridiculous flight model to catch me, so it's like, why bother? There's no point, because I can't do any without being intercepted. Like, even with a head start, they were still catching me in an aircraft that should not be able to do that. It's frustrating. Odd looking at MiG-21, yeah, we're in the F5 today. I'd rather be in the 21 though, to be fair. A little worried about those cubs. 21 nails slightly left, turning.
Overlord 1-1 in field 6-1. Request bogey dope.
Trailer contact.
In field 6-1. Overlord 1-1.
Slightly below.
348-415.
10 miles. Free contact. Bossman town. 7 miles. 305. 3 MiG-21s.
Okay, I've got one locked. I'm not sure which one.
Same target at 354.
Click the right thing, please.
Cardio.
Copy flying.
Merged. Mine's gone vertical.
Mine's going stratus.
I got your 6. Your 6 is good.
About to have a shot here. What the
Oh, fuck. Fox 2. Fox 2.
fuck? Where'd that come from?
21 on our 6.
I didn't even get my missile off.
IQ break left. IQ break left.
Not my day today.
IQ target now. 326.
Not my day at all today.
36.
Merge. On right wing now. Right wing.
I'm kind of not feeling DCS, I'm gonna be honest.
Descended.
Last drop.
A decent amount of people on though. Do they have a... They don't even have a GCI. Jesus. Oh, it's the RAF guys, that's why. It's the RAF guys. They're really, really solid players. They usually fly the F5, but it looks like they've decided to hop in the 21 today. Ah, man. I kind of want to just go play Misfits instead. But by the time it loads, I'm only going to have like an hour or two to fly before the hockey starts, so... Yeah, they're Russian.
Second MiG-Panther. Second MiG-Panther. What's the third?
I just cannot get in position to fucking kill anything today. I've got the 2 MiG-15s, which were, like... I don't even know if they were aware I was there. But I cannot get in position to fucking kill anything.
Connect ground air supply.
Frustrating as fuck.
Copy.
This is part of the like, as well as the lack of time, this is part of the reason I haven't been playing. Like, every time I do get on and play, either the server's empty, or I just get killed like 5 times in a row without doing anything, and I'm just like, fuck this, I can't be arsed. This is where I think our red players went. They just burnt out on the game, because I'm starting to really feel it now. Yeah, I'm flying a NATO plane. Because red was overpopulated when I first joined the server.
Copy. Air is now applied.
What happened?
I'm not sure. Stab to the face, so.
That was such a perfect shot on that guy too. If I'd been able to get that missile away, he was dead. There's no way he was getting away from it. Absolutely no way he was going to get away from that shot. R3R? Don't think so. I wasn't paying attention to my RWR, to be perfectly honest, because I was told my tail was clear, but no, that shot came from behind, I think. It's probably an R60 or something. No, RAF in their context is Russian Air Force, I think. But they are Russians. You can hear them speaking to each other sometimes when you fly on the same team. They've been playing DCS for a very long time, mostly flying the F5.
Chief, disconnect ground air supply. Copy. Ground air supply is now disconnected.
Something copy? Again?
I didn't see anything.
They fly both, but they seem to prefer the... Yeah, sorry. They seem to prefer the F5. I was just about to get a shot off on my guy and I got deleted. And a hung start there.
Give me a shot.
Southeast, still in the air by their port.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Am I not running it enough?
Make 15 over the convoy heading north. 1.6.
What the fuck?
Right, ready to go.
What is going on here? There we go, now we got a good start. All over the place with planes. I mean, I do fly a bit of everything, but yeah, I tend to just stick with my favorites. Oh my god, I haven't even fucking rearmed my aircraft yet. What am I doing today? What is wrong with me? Fuck. Yeah, hang on, I'm having a bit of a moment today.
Request refueling.
Alright, shit.
Request rearming. Copy. Refueling complete.
Hey, Pavel.
complete.
Depends on temperature as well, don't forget. It's not just altitude, it's temperature. In fact, temperature is why it's altitude, I should say. Because it's based on air density, and air density comes from air temperature. Purely temp?
Right guys, they're going to start jumping into JTAC very shortly.
Wouldn't it? Well, the thing is though, like, because temperature, all temperature is the amount of energetic bouncing around that the molecules are actually doing, right? It's how excited the molecules are. So surely that would affect other shit too, or am I just tripping? I'm probably tripping. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about today. Feel free to just ignore everything I say today, guys. I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. It's going horribly, Chocolate. Don't get excited. Absolutely horrible. It's only hot there if you're in... well, if you're in direct line of sight of a star and close to it, it's hot. If you're not, if you're in shadow, it's fucking cold as shit. Like, temperature in space depends entirely on whether you're in line, or like, in light or in shadow, I should say. Do you want to be flight lead this time?
No.
It's just my brain is not working at all today.
Alright, brakes on, start up. Brakes.
I started this, like, I woke up early to start the stream, so I'd get a couple hours in while the server was populated, and before the hockey game starts. The Oilers are in the Western Conference Finals, and I don't want to miss that. I probably should have just slept in and said fuck it and not done a stream today, because, like, my brain is dead. I would have done one yesterday, but I was busy in the morning, so I couldn't. So I pushed it back to today, which I think might have been a mistake. No, I'm not willingly working that much. I have to. I'm trying to get something done about it, because if something doesn't get done about it within the next couple weeks, I'm probably gonna fucking lose my shit and just quit. And I'll be back where I started. I don't know how some people can manage to do like 60 and 70 hour, well, I guess they have to, they don't have a choice, but like, if I did that, I would not be here. I would not be here. Like, if you tried to get me to do more than 40 hours, even 40 hours is too much for me, but if you got me to do like 60 or 70, I would not be here. And I am fucking thankful every single day I wake up that I do not live in a country where that needs to be a thing I have to do to survive.
That's a good move.
Well, that's the thing, like, probably the majority of people that work that many hours don't have a passion for it. They're doing it because they need to survive. They have a family to support, or, you know, it's not enough to pay their rent, whatever. Like, one of my co-workers frequently gets 50 or 60 a week, which is not really a thing that happens in this country for most people. And she's doing it because she has to. She has no other choice, really.
Copy. I think there's no mem pads left over the city. I'm trying to anchor over home.
20 to 30? I want, like, 16 to 20, ideally. Either 2 days of 8 hours, or, like, you know, 3 or 4 days of less. Long shifts I don't like, but if it's less days, I'll do it. So, for me, order of precedence is less days actually spent working, and then shorter shifts. Because, for me, like, I don't know how common this is with other people, like with normies, but for me, the issue isn't how long I'm actually doing physical labor, the issue is how long I'm at work. I would work with no breaks for 8 hours if it meant I could get home sooner. Like, if I could pack all my hours into one day and work with no breaks, I would do it. Just to get the fuck out of there faster. And the problem with my current job is, you know, it's not a defined shift. We start at 8, and then we work until the work's done. So sometimes we get home at 1 o'clock, sometimes we get home at 4 o'clock. And if everyone else is having a slow day, or if they're taking, you know, more breaks or whatever, because I'm the only one that doesn't smoke, I think, it means that I won't get home until later, and that gives me the shits really bad, so I'm gonna see if I can get reduced to 3 days.
I assume there's a 2-ship of Russian Air Force in MiG-21s approaching.
Because otherwise I don't know, I'm gonna have to find something else to do. Because I can't keep this up.
Yeah, they're in 32340. And there's at least two that I can see.
And it's not a particularly hard job, like, it's not that hard for physical exertion, it's not, like, super stressful or anything, it's just I get stressed when I'm fucking outside the house. So the longer I spend at work, the worse I get.
Enjoy yourselves.
In my experience, the vast majority of cleaners, housekeepers, that kind of field... Oh, wait, turbulence. The vast majority of cleaners of whatever stripe smoke. And I don't blame them. What if you could work from home? It depends what the job was. The main issue to contend with there would be my attention span and stopping me from getting distracted, but if I could work from home, it'd probably be a lot better.
That's funny.
Oh, you would hate it here. You would hate it here. Australians will look for any excuse to take a smoke break, even if they don't smoke. Like, my co-workers aren't actually too bad about it. It just means that because they are taking, you know, maybe 1 or 2 smoke breaks a day, I have to hang around longer to... Well, it's not even I have to hang around longer to help them finish shit, because I need them to help me finish shit as well. It's just, I don't know. I'm over it, dude. I've only been there a couple weeks and I'm starting to crack the shits with it, so... Put it this way, I can very clearly see it's a job with no future. I can very clearly see that if I stay in that job for too long, I'm going to have no future, and I'm going to end up like my co-workers are, where they have no other choice. So... They want commitment, which is, like, I'm not going to up and leave the job just because, but if I'm getting overworked or if I get a better offer, yeah, I'm not going to fucking hang around. Like, I take pride in my work, but I don't have a fucking passion for cleaning up after people. The biggest problem for me is, because I'm a fucking monkey with a non-functional brain, the more stressed I get, the less shit I get done. Like, I'm sure that's, you know, a thing for most people, but it's, like, magnified for me. So if I'm getting stressed over work, even if I'm only working 4 days a week, so I still have 3 days a week off, right? You'd think, oh, that's plenty enough. How is that not enough for you to get shit done? If I have, like, 5 days a week off, but I'm stressed, I still get nothing done. So if I end up staying in this job and I don't get my hours changed, I'm not going to be able to actually study to get a better job. Not that I can at the moment anyway, because I don't have an attention span. Like, I'm not going to be able to do anything that I actually enjoy, like playing fucking flight sims, because I just don't have time. So, I don't know. I'm kind of reaching the point where I need to make some serious decisions about which direction my life's going to take, and probably most of them involve not being in this job for too much longer. And, ideally not being in this town for too much longer, although I don't know if that's gonna pan out. Most people who smoke, especially if they smoke heavily, aren't doing it just because they think it looks cool or because they actively want to fuck over people around them. Most people who smoke, in my experience, are doing it as a coping mechanism because they're, like, their lives are so fucked up in some way or other that that's the only thing that keeps them going. Like I've said, cleaners, as an overwhelming sort of rule, will tend to smoke. Younger ones less so, but, like, most of my co-workers aren't much older than me and they all smoke, so... yeah, like, there's a lot of people with shitty, low-paying, dead-end jobs who either smoke or do drugs or both or drink to excess. Like, every kind of bad social behavior you can think of, it comes from people being overworked or in a field they're not suited to, or, you know, they have some dream to do some dream job they're never going to be able to get because they never got a good education because they couldn't afford one, whatever. Like, I had a good enough childhood to know what I'm missing out on now that I don't have money. And that really pisses me off. Like, I can actually very easily imagine the direction my life would have taken if Dad hadn't lost his job and if I wasn't, you know, fucking disabled and dealing with that for 20-odd years before it was diagnosed. So, yeah, that's the thing. So I don't hold it against people if they smoke. Like, I don't really care. I've been around smokers for years now. And if it kills me off sooner, then more's the better. I have less shit to deal with, you know. I really don't care. I'm not here to live into my fucking 90s. My body's going to be so decrepit by the time I'm 60, I'm not even sure I want to be around then. Let alone fucking 90. Unfortunately for me, I come from a family of very long-lived people. So I probably will be here when I'm 90, and I'll be unable to fucking move under my own power, because my joints don't work and I'm 30. Well, 32. Not 60 M's, we want 60s. Why don't we have 13 M's? Oh shit, that's right, this is the mission my fucking R3Rs got removed from. Another Hoggeter with an MFD simpit asking for the F-35? No, I don't think so. Oh, I don't think that would change. Certainly not that much. RSBN here is like 15 or 16, I think. Where I used to work at has a blue mist 24/7. Feel like I don't need to buy cigarettes. So That's not a thing here anymore. It hasn't been for a long time. You can't... Like, I think some bars still have smoking rooms, but, like, you can't just smoke in an indoor space unless it's a designated smoking room, and even they're getting, like, gotten rid of, I think. But, you know, I grew up in the UK where every fucking hotel, motel, bar, whatever, every place, every building that had stood for more than 100 years had the faint scent of tobacco smoke, because everyone had smoked in them back in the day. It's not really something you get here, because nothing's that old. But it's funny, I'm going to say this about smoking and about drinking as well. It's funny, you look at all the measures the government takes to try and get people out of doing it. Isn't it strange how they hit people in the wallet? So the people who can least afford to take a hit to the wallet, the people who are doing, like, who are doing the thing you're trying to stop them from doing because they have no fucking money and no prospects in life, you're taking even more of their money to try and discourage them from smoking, instead of doing anything about the tobacco companies. Isn't that strange? Same with drinking. They put, like, a bunch of taxes on the kinds of drinks here that working class people drink. Didn't tax fucking champagne. Didn't tax champagne at all, but they taxed the living fuck out of hard liquor and out of fucking beer. It's fucking predatory, and it's very obviously aimed at the poor. Yeah, and since they're addicted, they're gonna buy it anyways. Exactly. So it's just a way of transferring even more wealth upwards to the people who own fucking shares in the tobacco company anyway. And then saying, oh no, we're solving the smoking public health issue because we've raised the prices on cigarettes. You know, never mind that money's going straight back into the pockets of the people that are enabling it. Why has my game just frozen? What is wrong with DCS today? It doesn't usually do this. After money more than they're after helping? Yeah, who would have thought? Who would have thought? It's universal, man. It's absolutely universal. Oh no. Someone had a whoopsie. He's probably waiting for his wingman. We'll just go alone. Because the Russians will be on comms with each other. I don't think they're usually on the main freak. I'm fully expecting to suck with this today as well. I still haven't relearned to fly the 21 after I got the new stick, so my muscle memory is completely gone. But we'll see how we go. I'm not going to be able to get the skills back if I don't practice, so it's just going to be frustrating until I do. Take helicopter and chill out instead of fighting. I haven't bound any of my helicopters for the new stick. Like I said, I haven't been playing DCS. Having to get used to the 360 controller when my 3D Pro died. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Tycho, the 360 controller, Chad, with the RS2US, which, by the way, we're carrying here because they took my R3Rs away from me. I had a little too much fun, did a little bit too much trolling one mission, or one session of this mission, and I'm not allowed my toys anymore. Current objective, get your meds and hope they actually work. But even then, like, what am I gonna do? I don't have the time to study while I'm working, but I can't really quit work and study because then the government will get at me about it. Oh, they're high. Oh, they're high. Please stay up there, you champions. What about the government work and study? Oh, if I quit my job to give myself the time to study without stressing the fuck out, they will probably be like, what the fuck are you doing? Why aren't you working? Because the thing is, I'm not, I'm disabled. I have a fucking letter from my doctor that says I'm fucking disabled. But I don't qualify for disability. I'm not disabled enough. I'm not missing fucking limbs. Although even if you are missing fucking limbs, they still reassess you every couple of years just to make sure you didn't grow them back or some shit. It's almost impossible these days to get on an actual disability pension because there were so many people that got on them in the 80s and 90s with nothing fucking wrong with them that then the media ran a scare campaign about my tax dollars. And now it's the natural assumption of the majority of the public as well as the government that anyone that tries to get on disability payment is just scamming the welfare system. So the welfare system doesn't actually do the thing that it exists to do because people are, too fucking caught up in today tonight bullshit boogeyman stories. Just a little bit bitter. Just a little bit. Tiny little bit. And like I said, so the reason I'm working the number of hours I am, it's not even because of my employer so much, it's they get a subsidy for hiring me because I'm disabled. But they only get that if they employ me for a certain number of hours per week, which happens to be 23. And that's based on an assessment that Centrelink did, without ever speaking to me, by the way. They never spoke to me, they just fucking assessed me based on, I don't know, it was revealed to them in a dream, apparently. And they figured that I'm good for 23 hours a week. My sister, who is more functional than I am, they assessed her as 15 hours a week. So, hooray, I guess? The entire system in this country is just a fucking bad joke. It's so broken. Hopefully now we have a government that isn't openly malicious and homicidal. Hopefully that will slowly start to change, but I'm not expecting much, because for the past 30, 40 years, Labour has just been Liberals light. Fingers crossed that finally changes this time. And the Liberals have just torn the mask off completely and elected Dutton as their new leader. A man that sleeps with a portrait of Joe Bielke-Peterson under his pillow, and likes to happily remember the days when he was allowed to beat the living shit out of students as a Queensland cop. For doing, like, self-care shit, she is. Like, she ends up in hospital a lot more than me, because she's even clumsier, but she can deal with people better than I can. And she actually knows how to tell people to fuck off. I don't. Like, you guys see the internet personality part of, or like you guys actually see more of what I actually am, which is a cunt. I'm an absolute fuckwit. Out in the real world, though, talking to real people, I can't do, like, I can't summon that, so I just smile and nod and be really friendly and happy, and I will talk myself into a corner before you can say, stop. Like, without even realizing it. If somebody asks me to do something, I just automatically say yes. Don't even think about it. Like, it bypasses my brain completely, and I'll just say yes. And then I'll think about it, like, 3 hours later on the way home and go, oh, fuck, I just screwed myself. Like, I genuinely envy people who can just be themselves completely unfiltered out in public, because I can't. I can't turn it off. I would genuinely love to be able to just walk up to somebody and say, go fuck yourself. Or, like, if somebody asks me to do something I don't want to do, just tell them, no, get fucked, get someone else to do it, I'm not going to. But I can't do that. Like, something just stops me from being able to. Yeah, I would, and I fucking hate it. I absolutely fucking hate it. It's not confidence. Like, it's not even confidence. It's just this thing that I do to get people to fucking leave me alone. I mean, I'm not exactly the most confident person either, but, like, this isn't based in a confidence issue. What the fuck am I doing? This is just me not being able to say no to people because, I don't know, whatever. What was the bearing? 306 or some shit? 304 for 40. Watch me overfly a fucking Avenger. Descending into cloud in the mountains. This is some big brain shit right here. Except I'm barely even descending. Oh, hello. There you are. Is today the second RS2 US kill? We will find out together. He's tracking not quite pure towards me, but pretty close. Oh, please don't overfly their SAMs. Please don't be overflying their SAMs. I have very little references to where I am, so I probably am going to overfly this. Actually, this is heading towards ours, I think, which is good news. I'm going to attempt to change my 21 bindings again. These are kind of awkward. That was their base, I think. Yeah, that was the... Oh my god. Oh. Yeah. I don't think it's a DCS day today, guys. I really don't think it's a DCS day. What time is it? 7:45. Puck drops at like 10, I think. Let's play some Gunner Heat PC for a bit. Not very long, just a little bit, but we'll play a bit of it. Give me a moment, guys. Oh, is the patch dropping tomorrow? Oops. I'm gonna grab myself a cup of tea while the game launches. Bear with me. I have returned with tea. So, let's drive a T-72M. So this is different to the T-72M1. It still has the full steel turret. Doesn't have the quartz inserts. It also doesn't have the extra 16mm welded plate on the hull. So we got less armor, and we're going to be fighting the same opponents. Sounds like a good time. This is also a new mission. It's on the Folder Outskirts map. So for those that aren't familiar with this game, there's a command in chat which brings up info on it. There we go. It is a lot of fun. It is the successor spiritually to the 90s tank sims like M1 Tank Platoon. Armored Fist, I think, was one of the big inspirations for it. So, like, this is a proper tank game. This isn't some fucking free-to-play, grind-to-get bullshit thing. This is, like, an actual tank game that's meant to simulate armored warfare. So it's not just tanks in a deathmatch arena. There will be infantry coming to the game, there are infantry fighting vehicles, there will be artillery support, various things like that. Not just tanks shooting at each other in a vacuum. Kinda would prefer to be my platoon leader over here. Actually, no. Might be a 2-tank platoon. Under strength. So we need to head left. We'll stick with these guys. They obviously see something. My dude. Please. Oh god, no, 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 no. Fuck, I need to disable that mouse button. I've got a thumb button on my mouse that's, like, really pressure sensitive, and it tabs me out of the game. Because I'm using my backup mouse still. My main mouse needs repairs. Game that can integrate another game into multiplayer? What, so you could play this instead of DCS Combined Arms? Yeah. If only. This is really what Combined Arms always should have been in DCS. Especially with the amount they want to charge for it. Don't see him. There's definitely an M60 there. Oh shit. Did they get him? I see an open hatch there, so that guy's bailed. He's burning. But there was another one that went behind there somewhere. Oh fuck. Well, we just got wrecked. These guys are sitting all the way back here doing nothing. Fuck me. I'm not having a good day in anything today. Jesus Christ, I can't even catch a break in this. I'm not going to have enough tanks left to complete this mission. Fuck. Be much easier when you can multi-crew though, so I can have my human driver focus on moving the tank around while I'm scanning. Because at the moment it's a bit of a handful to one-man them. Oh shit! I'm dumb. Parallax. There we go, that was a solid hit. And he's burning. So at extremely short ranges like that, you don't use the actual point of aim of the gun sight, you use the 0.5 or the 1 marker. 0.5 is for 50 meters, 1 is for 100. That is for the PKT, the coaxial gun, but you can also use that as a reference point for the main gun, because the gunner's primary sight is, not that thing, it's that thing, no, that's a periscope, that's the gunner's primary sight there, sorry, and then the night sight is that thing. So it's offset high into the left of the gun. So at extremely close ranges, the gun will shoot upwards towards the convergence point of that point, or like the convergence point of the optic in the gun itself, and it'll shoot from the right-hand side. If that makes any sense whatsoever to you guys. What the fuck? Okay, that still happens. Sometimes in some of the newer missions, the waypoints appear and the AI starts reacting to them, even if you're controlling it. See if we can make sure this is actually clear. Hey, Breezewind. Hit him with a flank and shank. So the T-72M and the T-72M1 are pretty hard to tell apart externally, but one way to do it is you can see that there's not that extra thin plate on the front armor. It's just one continuous surface, there's no welding around the edges where that extra plate's held on. And you can also see the turret face is a little different. But otherwise they're very externally similar tanks. You may also notice the engine sounds a little different than last time I played. So the engine sounds for the T-72 were changed. I think they were for one or two other vehicles as well, but it's most noticeable in the 72. The turret traverse sounds were also changed for a few tanks, including the T-72 and the Abrams. And we have the anti-aircraft machine gun now on this, but we can't actually use it yet. So a handy thing to notice on the T-72, the AA machine gun points away from the front of the commander's cupola. That's the front of my cupola there. That's got the optics in it. The gun points away. That's as compared to a T-80U, where it's pintle mounted on the actual turret itself, not to the cupola. And on the T-64, where it faces forwards on the cupola and it's remote controlled from inside the tank. So if you see the commander's gun on the T-72 pointed at you, it means the commander isn't actually looking at you. The gunner might be, but the commander's not. On the other hand, if you see it pointed directly away from you, he is very much looking at you. I got a bad feeling about this. Ooh. He doesn't know, chat. Wait, that's one of ours. Yeah, that's one of ours. Where the fuck are the Americans then? Oh, there we go. I'm not entirely sure which direction the counterattack's coming from. I think it's coming from this direction. It is possible they're actually coming from that way. And see here the abysmally slow reverse speed of the T-72 in action. Oh shit. Oh, we traded. He got me right as I got him. But we won, just. I think if we'd lost one more tank, we would have lost the mission. That was a good shot, straight in the hull ammo. You can see, for all the talk about my Jack in the Box, my T-72, my Death Trap, look at the ammunition layout of an M60. This was the most numerous tank in NATO during the Cold War. In fact, it's still quite numerous because the Turks still use them. I think a couple other countries do too. Look at this. It is one giant moving ammo rack, and this thing's less armored than T-72 is. So for all the talk about, you know, Soviet tanks being death traps, I mean, maybe compared to a modern Abrams they are, maybe compared to a modern Leo 2 they are, but, well, even then it's a bit exaggerated, but compared to their actual contemporaries, not at all. Turret mid-jump as that one went in. But, and here, like, compare, before it comes apart, compare the interior of this tank, take away the ammo a bit, but look at the interior of the M60. Everything's spaced out, you know. Once you start to deplete your ammunition supply, there's less explodey shit around the tank. Now look at the interior of the T-72. Everything in this tank is so tightly packed together that one shot coming through that armor is bound to hit something really important. It's a trade-off you make. You have a small tank, it's harder to see, it's harder to hit because it's lower to the ground, but if something gets through that armor, and it also means because it's smaller, you can armor it more, right? Better protection, less weight. But if something does get through, it's going to fuck something up really badly. So it's all a trade-off. It's like, remember the min-maxing I spoke about in DCS? That's kind of how Soviet tank design worked. It was kind of min-maxing. Testing area? The testing area has been in pretty much since the start. I can do that next just to show you if you want. But that's been in the game pretty much since the start. Oh, he got lucky. Well, even with the lack of interior space, unless you're really tall, there's something to be said for that too, because less space inside the tank means less potential energy you can be thrown against a sharp metal object. You know, when the tank's moving over rough terrain, in a way it's almost better to be snugly fitted into this little cruise station than it is to be getting bounced around inside a big open turret space. Now, where the difference in philosophy really kicks in is NATO crews would live in their tanks, basically. Under CBRN conditions especially, they were expected to live in their tanks. So you want something with a bit of room in it. Whereas the Soviet tanks were very much designed for battle. They weren't designed as houses, they weren't designed as peacekeeping forces, they were designed to roll in and fuck shit up on the offensive. So, again, it's that min-maxing sort of thing. You're making a much smaller tank, which gives you less weight, less necessary armor for the same level of protection over the whole vehicle. It's less observable. It's harder to hit. Even if you see it, it might be difficult to hit because it's so low to the ground. But again, that's a trade-off you make, is the crew can't comfortably live under armor. So, you know, when you roll up and bivvy up for the night, you can't really sleep in your tanks. You can't really, you know, have your meals in your tanks or whatever you want to get out of them. So it makes them more vulnerable when they're not actually in combat. Oh yeah, the T-70 and 80 light tanks from World War II were tiny, tiny little things. But again, those were light tanks and they were infantry light tanks. So it was kind of a different design philosophy. That was the shot that killed me right there. So that was the shot that got him, and that was the shot that killed me. And we both fired at almost exactly the same time. So let's go to the proving ground. We're going to take a shortcut here. You'll notice now the M60 also has turret bustle equipment like the Abrams does, and like the Abrams it is randomized. It's randomly generated per tank at the start of the mission. Let me actually, where's one that's sitting on an angle? I can't tell. I think the further ones are all vertical, or mostly vertical. That one's about a 60 degree. That one's probably about a 60 as well. Let's try it with that target plate. I don't know what angle that's on, but let's try it with that. So I'm gonna go ahead, laze that. I'm gonna slow time right down. We're gonna watch the fucking Sabo go. We'll go into free cam and we can follow it. You can see the Sabo pedals peeling off straight out of the gun barrel pretty much. So that's those three things trailing behind. Those are the pedals that actually make up the Sabo. Those hold it in the barrel so that the round fills out the diameter of the barrel. And then once it's out, those separate away. And the sub-caliber penetrator, the dart, this is where it gets its name from. Armor-piercing, discarding, armor-piercing, APFS, fin-stabilized discarding Sabo. Sorry, I'm having a fucking shit of a day today. So that's the discarding Sabo. The pointy bit at the front is the armor-piercing. Not quite, but we'll get to that in a minute. And then you can see the fin-stabilized bit. It's not rotating, the fins are holding it straight. So the way that Sabo works, if we just pause for a minute, the way that Sabo works is that it's not because it's pointy. You know, a lot of people would think, oh, pointy, right? Armor piercing. No, it's not because it's pointy. In fact, pointy is bad for armor piercing in some cases. Because if it hits at a particular angle, it can just glance off or shatter. What actually makes this armor piercing is that this thing's made of... fuck, what is it for? 833... is this 833? I think this is 833. This is usually either tungsten or depleted uranium. It depends on the ammunition. Earlier ones were steel. Particularly early Soviet Sabres were tool steel. But typically by this stage in the Cold War, around, you know, the 80s, sort of mid to late 80s, it's going to be either tungsten or it's going to be depleted uranium. And so it's heavy, right? Both tungsten and depleted uranium are quite heavy metals. DU especially is very heavy. And so you've got a lot of weight in this dart. It's moving really fast too. This is going like, you know, this is supersonic. This is doing like Mach 3 or some shit. About, you know, was it 6,000 feet a second, I think, for most Sabo rounds. So, you know, like 1,500 to 2,000 meters per second. It's moving, and it's got some weight behind it. But it's also, if you look at it from the front, this is where the sub-caliber part comes in. It's also very small. It's got a very small surface area. So you guys know those, like the emergency window smashing hammers they have on some public transport, like buses or trains or whatever. They got this hammer and it's for breaking the windows. The windows are a very special kind of glass or perspex. It's meant to be smash resistant. So if you take a normal hammer or some kind of big blunt object and you just wail on that window, you might scratch it, you won't shatter it, right? They're designed not to be broken by that kind of shit. However, if you take that force and you put it on a very small point, as small a point as possible, it will shatter the glass because you're focusing all of that force, in this case all of the mass and momentum of that heavy dart, you're focusing it on a very small point. That's why this is pointy. It's not to cut through things easier, it's so that there's a smaller surface area that force is being transmitted through. So it can impart all that energy into as small an area as possible and it won't dissipate over the whole armor plate. That's how it gets through. It's not cutting through, it's smashing through. And bullets are the same. You know, don't think of them as cutting through. They're not. They're smashing through. Cutting... I mean, I guess in the ultimate sense, cutting is smashing, just very delicately, but even like, if you go stabby, you're not really cutting, you're smashing. But that's what this does. It smashes through armor using its density over a very small surface area. So when it comes to Sabo rounds, the most important thing isn't really the caliber of the gun. Like, this is a 125mm gun. That's mostly a good thing because it means you can put a more powerful throwing charge behind the round, and it means you've got a more powerful HE round or a more powerful high explosive anti-tank round. Heat rounds, caliber matters. High explosive rounds, caliber matters. But for Sabo, not so much. And the reason for that is because the Sabo is sub-caliber anyway, and your penetrating power is not coming from the diameter of it, it's coming from the length of it, sectional density. And what that means is your, like, sectional density comes from having as small a surface area as possible with as much weight behind it as possible. So what actually makes Sabo rounds more effective is getting longer. Not thicker, but getting longer. And this is where we start to run into the... Oh, I'm in an M60, you're right. 105. I'm so used to driving the T72 in this. Sorry. 105mm gun. The 125 would be if we were in the T72. Big brain today. But yeah, this is where the modern Russian MBTs are starting to run into limitations. This is also where Challenger 2 is running into a limitation because the Sabo length can only be so much. With Challenger 2, it's because of the way the ammunition stowage is laid out. Challenger uses 3-part ammunition. So you've got the actual round itself, you've got the charge bag, and then you've got the Venturi tube, which is like a really big rifle primer, basically. So it's called, usually it's referred to as 2-part ammunition, but it's technically 3. And that's set out in a particular way inside the tank for stowage, right? So if they were to change the gun on Challenger and to put an M256 in it, or some variant thereof, which is the gun the Abrams uses, you would have to redesign the entire tank to fit the ammunition. Because the 256 in the Abrams uses one-piece ammo, and not only is it one-piece ammo, but it's not brass cased, and it doesn't, like, the actual ammo for the Abrams, the propellant is like cast in a block, so it's technically, it's combustible case, so it's not quite caseless, but it's also not just, you know, floating around loose in there. Why has it got a short lightsaber on its tail? That's a tracer. That's so you can see where your rounds are going. But yeah, so because length is where the effectiveness of a Sabo round comes from, you want the round to get longer as you develop the penetrating power of the gun. But in the Challenger, you have to redesign the entire tank to fit the ammo, and in the T-72 and the T-90 and whatever else Soviet-designed MBTs, the carousel is the limitation. So there's no issue having an autoloader with this kind of stuff. A lot of modern MBTs have autoloaders. In fact, really, pretty much everyone except the Americans and the Brits are doing it now, and the Germans, I guess. But the Koreans have, like the South Koreans have an autoloading tank. The French, I think I'm pretty sure that Leclerc has an autoloader, doesn't it? It's pretty common to do. You have the ammunition in the turret bustle, and it just loads from there. But because the Soviet-designed MBTs use a carousel instead of a bustle rack, it means that you have a hard limitation on the length of the actual round itself. Otherwise, it's not going to fit, because the carousel only has a certain diameter it can fit stuff in, right? So you run into the problem where you can't make the Sabo any longer, so you can't increase the sectional density that way. Making it fatter will actually lower the sectional density, so that's not going to work. And the only thing you can really do is either improve the quality of materials and hope that it's less prone to shattering and maybe it can push through a little better, or increase the mass. And the only way to increase the mass is to go to a heavier element, and you can't really go to a heavier element than depleted uranium unless you like your crew not surviving more than a week because of radiation sickness. So they're kind of in a corner now where they have to redesign their entire system or just deal with what they've got as far as penetration goes. We can speed up time a little here. You can also increase the speed of the free cam so we can keep up with the round. Oh, actually we're flying formation with it. Excellent. Yeah, control to go down in free cam. I always forget what the free cam controls are because I don't use it very much. We'll speed up time a little more because we're going for one of the really distant targets. It's that one in the center of the screen right now, kind of at the edge. You can see the round dropping off. It might be moving very quickly, but it is still affected by gravity. And it should be going for, if I can speed myself up a little more, it should be going for this plate here, I believe. Although, actually, maybe am I tripping? I'm probably tripping. Might be going for that one or that one. Yeah, it's going for the second one. So we'll come over here. Oh, that is an angled plate. Beautiful. So we will set up here. Where'd my round go? Oh, I see it. Just faintly. It's above the other target now, so it's coming in, and we'll see what it does when it gets here. Okay, now we'll slow time back down. I'm going to slow my free cam down so I can get the good angle. There we go. Straight through. Yeah, more propellant and longer barrel is about all you can do, and that's, you know, you're working with the gun there, not the ammunition, but even then you run into limitations. Like, the gun barrel can only be so long before it becomes a structural weakness. It can only be so long before it starts snagging on trees or buildings. It can only be so long before the turret goes out of balance. Like, there's all these different factors you have to consider when you're coming up with ways to improve a tank. Yeah, I was in the M60. I am the big stupid. And you can see there, those are the saber pedals falling away. The pedals are very light. They're typically made of some kind of plastic, I think, or aluminium, depending on the year. So they do take a while to spin away. So there's our M60. This is our original M1. So this has the short turret. The M1A, or sorry, the M1 IP has the longer turret. The bustle extends out the back. The turret face is a little different. The design of the turret face is a little different. This one, and it looks like it has the sort of cutout. That might be the field mod cutout for the access to the drive wheels, the drive sprockets. So when the M1 first came out, the drive sprocket was covered over by that armor skirt, and they found out it made it a complete bitch to maintain. It would get mud and dirt and crap caught up between the sprocket and the side panel, and so they would either remove the rear side panel, cut into it, or just what they ended up doing was they redesigned it so it would clear the wheel. BMP3? No, that is a BMP1 next to me. No BMP3 in this. The fire control system on this tank is so good. So easy to use compared to the M60, let alone the T72. Automatic lead is a wonderful thing. Let's take the Chadley out for a spin. So there's an M1 IP in front of us. You can see the turret looks a little longer because it's got that bustle rack on it. Here we can also see, when we go back into this view, you can also see Bradley has an anti-aircraft sight. It's not a very advanced or sophisticated one, but it does have an anti-aircraft sight. A little known feature. Mostly for use against helicopters or, like, slow-moving observation aircraft. Against a fighter it wouldn't be much good, but it does have one. Chadley feels a little Tokyo Drifter. Like, it likes to skid around a lot when you steer at high speed. So you may think that the reticle here is bugged. Like, why is there a crosshair and a reticle? Isn't that wrong? Shouldn't it not have that? No, that's actually correct. So the sight has the crosshair etched onto the glass, and then it also has the etched on one is for the tow, that's the tow sight, and the projected one is the gun sight. So you'll notice the point of aim for the tow is offset low left from the actual main gun sight. Nightmare vision. Thermals are still a bit better than they should be, so they probably will get a rework at some point. Which will be interesting because people will then find out the M1 IP, well the M1 and the M1 IP, actually have worse thermals than the M60, lower resolution on the display. So the M60's actually got a slight advantage over the Abrams in that regard. No other regard, but that one it does. You'll also notice, I'm pressing the rangefind key, like the laser key right now, nothing's happening. Laser ranging wasn't a feature on the original Bradley. It was added, I think, around Desert Storm, or maybe after Desert Storm. With this, you're guesstimating. You do have the stadiometric rangefinder down there, though. So we'll call him about
finally being a man of culture.
700 meters-ish. Hey, Pom. Cheers for the resub, man. It's probably 7 or 8. Why am I getting pushed sideways? Is that physics bug back? Hang on. I think that physics bug is back. Also, I'm ranged wrong. Apparently. No, I'm not. I was ranged dead on. The issue is that the Bradley's getting pushed by firing its own gun. So there are some physics issues at times. I know what it is. I know what it is. He's rotating his fucking turret when he fires. The BMP does that as well. Obviously, this is in very active development, so things like this do sneak in from time to time. In the Bradley, you also have dual feed on your gun, so you can swap between ammo pretty quickly. They have simplified the feed system for the gun a bit in this because, like, it is insane the way this gun is fed. Like, the reloading system for it is very bizarre and overcomplicated. So it fires from boxes. Like, if I go back to the AP, you'll see there 46 plus 0. It fires from boxes, and if you let the gun run completely empty, you have to disassemble the gun to reload it. Like, you have to partially disassemble the gun to charge it again. So, generally, you would not let the gun run empty. You would be linking belts continuously as it was firing. But that's not entirely fun to play with, so they didn't simulate it. Not fully. It is kind of abstracted, but it's not fully simmed. Red lighties, give me some U-boat. Yeah, it's correct for the Bradley. The Bradley does have red thermals for whatever bizarre reason. It's the only vehicle I know of that does do that. And then your day sight's just a normal day sight, nothing to see here. We can also go to our coax. So 500 meters is probably that tank there. Nope. 500 meters is not that tank there. 500 meters is that. Probably. Let me see. I think we're just kind of on the edge of where the 762 can reach anyway. Or it's not. Oh, actually, I wonder if the rangefinder's not matched to it. Which is the case for the T-72. So the T-72 has that second, you'll see it when I get in it, but it has that second descending scale with numbers on it. That's not for the main gun, that's for the coax gun, because the coax gun doesn't have like a special rangefinder setting. Anyway, we've got our coax on this, and then we've got the toes. Huh? Is something going on with my sight here? That should have hit where this is. It's aiming high. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to work out. Like, did I break something? Or is this a bug? Or am I misremembering something? Might be an issue that was... Oh, stabilizer's off. I'm dumb. That's why our shit was all fucked up. I turned the stabilizer off. Okay, sorry. Disregard me. That was my fault. That was entirely my fault. So now, if we go... we'll estimate that as... We'll call that 5 for the coax. That's 5. That was it. I had the fucking stab off. And now it's on. We're good. So let's go back to our Sabo rounds. We're a little short. Still a little short. It's not super accurate at range. You wouldn't expect it to be. Then we can go to our HE ammo. And then we can go back to the toe. We'll use the nightmare vision. There we go, that's much better. So pro tip for you guys, have your fucking stabilizer turned on. Turns out, you're not very effective without it. There we go. So that's our Bradley. It doesn't have infantry yet, but at some point, hopefully not too far in the future, this boy will be deploying troops. You won't be able to, like, FPS the infantry around, but you'll be able to... I think the plan was to be able to issue them basic orders to, like, take and hold a position or, you know, look a particular way, engage particular targets, whatever. So in other words, like M1 Tank Platoon 2. Which was my childhood tank game, and which was, like, immediately the first time I saw this, I was like, this is M1 Tank Platoon 2, but modern. That was the vibe I got. We got this little guy. They didn't take away the radio, even after the April 1st patch. Or his bitching. He's still a whiny little shit. So for April Fools this year, there was a rally game mode added, and this was your vehicle in the rally. That's why we've got our wonderful radio playing. And our very bitchy passenger. Yeah. I think that... I don't know if they took the rally out or not. I think they may have left it in. The rally was a lot of fun. I really liked it. Honestly, I kind of hope when multiplayer comes, there is a rally game mode for it. Because it was so much fun. Okay. We've also got our BRDM. This thing's turret's hand-cranked and unstabilized, so... it's not the most effective combat vehicle. It's not really supposed to be. The BRDM was a general-purpose scout vehicle. Bronevoi Razvedka... BRD... I forget what the D stands for. But yeah, like, it's an armored reconnaissance vehicle. Like, the name basically translates to armored reconnaissance vehicle, pretty much. So it's not very effective in combat, but it is very effective at getting places in a hurry and navigating its way there. So you won't see it in this, especially because we don't have an interior view. But the BRDM has a really cool navigation system. It has a Dead Reckoning navigation system inside it. Because these things would run ahead of the main Soviet force to try and, you know, figure out where points of opposition were, the status of things like bridges. These were also used for things like radiological reconnaissance, so if there was a nuclear exchange, these would be used to figure out how bad the radiation was, find safe-ish routes through it. Bronevaya I can't even speak English today, I may as well give up trying to speak Russian. Dozornaya mashina. Sounds about right. Something machina. So yeah, it's not super effective in combat. Can I stop pressing that fucking button? Oh, by the way, you can shoot out your own spotlight. Also, the music is dynamically done, so when you take hits, it gets more intense. I just shot my own spotlight, so the music is now more intense. Big brain. But yeah, this is as good as you get in the BRDM. The sight doesn't adjust at all, you just have fixed markings. So, what did we establish? That guy there is at 800. So, let's see if we can hit him with the KPB. We missed him, we're over. Oh, because I'm looking at the wrong scale. I was looking at the PK scale like a dumbass. There's the KPV scale, and there's the... We're slightly short. Okay, let's go up to 1,000. Yeah, he's at 1,000. And then we got our coax as well. Penetrator Leo 1 from the side at point blank range. Oof. We've got our TOS launcher here. These guys are bastards, because they're so hard to see, and these will one-shot your tank more often than not. ATGMs are a real nightmare to fight in a tank of any sort. Even the Abrams has trouble with these. We got our T-55, Old Faithful. What do we got loaded? Heat. So we look at the BK scale for heat, 1000. Direct hit. So then let's go 15, which is about there. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong scale again. There's 15. Probably give it about that much lead. Over. Okay, let's bring it down to 14. over. Is that 12? Maybe that's 1200. I thought that target was further away. So you can see how you'll typically get hits in older tanks is fire and adjust. Even with the modern ones, you need to fire and adjust a bit, but with these, you really, like, that's your main method of getting hits on things. The scales on this, from left to right, OF Poln is full charge HE. Poln is Polny, full charge HE. BR 412D is Broni Boyni, armor piercing. 412D is your APHE round, so it's armor piercing, but it's also got a high explosive burst charge in it. It's like World War II tank ammo. When that gets inside the tank, it goes off and makes a big mess. That's probably my favorite ammunition type in the game, because you can make chest bursters with it, which is fucking sick and grim, but also kind of funny in a very dark way. So I had a mission where I was driving this against M60s, and I managed to put a round into the turret in such a way that it ended up inside the commander and then exploded. It was a chest burster. BK, like I said, is your heat round. It's Bronieboyny Kumulatywny. K in general for tank ammo in Russian is heat, because Kumulatywny, it's called it was called cumulative effect ammunition briefly in English before they started calling it high explosive anti-tank, or, you know, chemical. So that's that, and then GT is your coaxial gun. So that's your machine gun, and you can see the scale changing as I switch weapons. I believe in the real tank, I know that, I'm like 90% sure this is the case for the T-72 as well, but in the real tank, as you switch weapons, you would have to manually redial the range, but they just abstracted this for gameplay reasons here. And then Podkalibernym, which is subcaliber, Sabo. Yeah. Podkaliberny. Yeah, it was an SG. So this has an SG, the T-62 has an SG, and then the T-64 went to the PK for the coaxial. There's a range on that furthest target, it's like 2,000 meters or something. Oh, actually, you know what we'll do? Is we will get rid of the heat round that's currently in the chamber. I don't care where this is going, I'm just going to send it. Total guess! Total guess! Anyway, we'll use that same target, but what we're going to do is we're going to yeet a fucking BR-412 at it. And see what happens. If I can avoid losing sight of my round. So, just before we keep going, remember how I said pointy doesn't necessarily mean good for armor piercing? You'll notice this is pointy. I'm not 100% sure for the BR-412, but I'm reasonably certain this is true for this round. I know it's certainly true for a lot of the other like solid shot armor piercing rounds that tanks fire. That point is typically not actually solid. That point is an aerodynamic cone. It's thin sheet metal. The actual shell beneath has a rounded nose. It's got a slight point on it, but it's a rounded nose. And the point's just there for aerodynamic reasons. It's like an aerodynamic sort of shield. The actual armor-piercing head is, like I said, a very gently pointed round head. Because it's just trying to smash, remember? It's not trying to cut, it's trying to smash. And in this case, because it's a slower moving round, because it's bigger and heavier, having a really thin point, it's either just going to glance off the armor or it's going to break. It's going to shatter. So with these types of rounds, you have that thin shielding there, which keeps the round aerodynamic, keeps its speed on it. And then as it hits, that crushes in and the round bites. Typically, it'll either kind of bounce off and then go through like tail first, or it'll bite into it and go in that way. But if you look at, so Damien on YouTube does a lot of, if somebody in chat, one of you might have a link to his channel handy. He does a lot of full-blown, proper, like, ANSYS simulations of armor penetrations with different types of ammunition against different targets. And you'll actually see that happening.
Aren't we all just trying to smash?
Fair point. Very fair point. Thanks for the resub, Millen. But yeah, that's how these work. So they are pointy, but they're not pointy. Again, like the Sabre, they're not pointy for the express purpose of cutting through the armor. They're pointy, in the Sabre's case, to reduce the area that force is applied over. In this case, it's to keep the round aerodynamic. And you can also see the drive bands on it. So that kind of, the fat bit with the streaks on it, that's a drive band. That's what actually engages the rifling in the gun. Typically that's made of a softer metal, usually something like brass. And that will kind of get cut into by the gun's rifling as it travels down the barrel. Actually, yeah, you can actually see, you see that faint sort of red ring? That's the bottom of the aerodynamic shield, and where that red ring is where the actual nose of the shell goes. So you, like, if you could remove the front shield, you would see the sort of rounded nose of the shell. And then of course you got your base, which has got the fuse in it for the explosive, and it's also got the tracer in it. I think these use inertial fusing, so when it experiences a sudden deceleration, like say hitting something, it starts a timer on it. Has two caps, soft metal cap to help with shock when hitting armor. There's actually a flat cap behind the aerodynamic tip. Huh. Interesting. I mean, we won't be able to say it because we won't be able to see a cutaway of the actual ammunition, but that's really cool. The earlier heat ammo for the 100mm didn't have a fuse probe. That's not uncommon for old heat rounds. Like, very early heat rounds, that's not uncommon at all. Like, the early sort of World War II heat rounds didn't either. Trying to remember which target we fired it at because I don't want to miss the impact. Oh, excuse me. Don't want to miss the impact. But at the same time, it's going to take a while to get there. So let's speed it up a little. .412D used a lot in War Thunder. Yeah. Yeah, it's fun ammunition. It's especially fun in this. I mean, unless you're on the receiving end of it. It's going for this target, I think. Yeah, it's going for that one. So we're going to slow time right down. And let's go sit here and watch. It's taken a little while to get here, so we'll speed up time a little. There we go. So it goes through all three. Did that actually destroy the round? Or does it not just... Huh. Huh. Interesting. I don't think it went off. Yeah, it might have broke apart. That or I just didn't see the detonation. Like, maybe it went off between the plates or something. But yeah, that does happen. Rounds do shatter in this, or they'll deflect in funny ways. So if we look at our different types of ammo, let's go to our heat round. I need to restock one, I think. Okay. So if we go to our heat round, and we'll slow time down and fire one. We'll actually accelerate time until it's actually reloaded, otherwise we'll be sitting here forever. There we go. That's already probably way down range. I should have slowed it down more. There it is. I see it. Hey, buddy. What are you doing? Let's go ahead and pause it. So the fins unfold as soon as it comes out of the barrel. There it is. Fins unfold as soon as it comes out of the barrel. You'll see it's got that fusing cap on the end. And then it's just otherwise a pretty normal looking shell. Drive bands up the front. So this is a pretty early heat round. And then I think we were still aiming at the same... Were we aiming at the same plate? Were we aiming at a plate at all? I think we were. Let's speed the camera up. See if we can catch terminal effect. Ah, it's going for this one. Okay. Actually, it might not hit. I think that's going to go low. Yeah, that's gonna... It's gonna probably hit the base plate of the target. So if that had actually gone into the target, you would see the round explodes on the outside and the heat jet just goes straight through. And then our high explosive fragmentation round, we'll need to raise our point of aim a little because we were a bit low on that one. But our HE frag round, catch it while it's here. Oop. There we go. OF 412. Just a normal looking shell. No fins, nothing fancy. And that's your HE frag. Yeah, heat FS since it has fins. I think that went through that plate. It looks like it winged the top plate, went through it without detonating, which does happen, by the way. It's going to detonate on the ground. We got trucks. So these are typically, you're not going to be really driving these. These are just in so you can see how the physics work and everything. These are going to be targets. They're logistics trucks, you know. So you'll find them if you manage to get into the enemy's rear area and start engaging their logistics. You might come across them in road convoys, things like that, but you're probably not going to really be driving it in the game. And we've also got its counterpart here. This guy's not finished yet. So the weapons work and everything. It has driving physics, but it doesn't have a damage model yet. It's just a ITO launcher on an M113. It's going to be a nice little ambush vehicle. Alright, then we got this guy. With an actual working gun sight, finally. You can't adjust the sight elevation on this, it's just fixed at what it is, but at least now it has an actual gun sight, so you can tell where you're pointing it. Though, to be honest, probably a lot of time you'd just be using it like this. Hey, Kumish. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Really does. So this is your Mike Sparks special. We've got our tow here. I wonder... let's just say our little tow friend is getting the shits with that music. I wonder. I don't think the UAZ has a damage model yet, but I know the crew do. Oh no, it does, doesn't it? Because if you fucked it up in the rally, it would stop working. Now, did that stop the music? Yes, it did. That very much stopped the music, and it stopped both of them from being alive as well. There's no visual damage model for it yet, like you don't see it explode, but you can knock out its modules. So this is our T-72M. What I'll do is I will go fetch the M1, and I'll park it, as in the T-72 M1, and I'll park it next to the T-72M so you guys can see the differences. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It had to be done. Shoot a repair rocket at it? Sadly, there aren't any. No one's invented them yet. Chassis deformation? It used to have it. It got pulled out, though. I don't know if it's going to be coming back. Because they remodeled the vehicle. A couple of the vehicles have been remodeled, so... they probably lost it when they did that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hop out of the vehicle so the AI takes over. Because both of them are, or like, well, yeah. Because the gunners automatically start scanning. So that way you can kind of compare them more directly if both the turrets are moving. Rather than if one's stationary and one's not. So you can see the difference in the front plate. The T-72M is just, you know, it's a front plate. The T-72M1 has this extra weld joint where the 16mm plate's welded on. So you can see the cutouts for that. Whereas the T-72M only has the cutout for the driver's hatch, or for the driver's vision block. It doesn't have the second set of cutouts for the top plate. If you look at the turret profile, it's also a little different. Not by a lot, but there is a little bit of a difference there. One has smoke launchers. That's not indicative of what type it is. The T-72Ms can have smoke launchers. It's randomized. Sometimes they spawn with them, sometimes they don't. Otherwise, you can see they're pretty much the same. Numbers are different. I mean, yeah, they would be. The numbers, like the excuse me, like the external equipment on the American tanks, the numbers are randomized at to a degree at mission start. The American vehicles have those as well. So this is the third tank. What is this? No, the tank number I think is B32, and then the third platoon, third company, 32nd battalion? I don't know how the fuck American tactical numbers work, but it's something like that. That denotes what unit it's in, that denotes which vehicle it is. And you can see the same thing on the M60. I don't remember. How about the Chatterley? Chatterley doesn't have that yet, but it probably will get it at some point. I don't know if the 113 does. I don't think it does. Not yet. So for the East German tanks, you just got a tactical number. When the Soviets arrive, the actual Soviets, you'll see tactical symbols starting to appear for them. So different Soviet tank units would have different tactical symbols. Obviously a Guards unit would have their little Guards emblem as well, usually on the spotlight cover. Then we got this boy, the M1IP. Again, same thing. You see the unit on the back. Hang on. Have we got... Oh, we might have two tanks with the same number here. I think we do. We've got an M1 and an M1IP, which are both Bravo 3-2. Yeah, I didn't see the articles about it, but I did see that it happened again. Fucking amazing. What is this, the third time now? Yeah, we do. We have the same tank twice. As far as the numbers are concerned, we got the same tank twice. And if I park these two next to each other, you can see the difference in turret length slightly. Let's see if I can pause it while the gun's pointed straight ahead on the... That would have been the big brain solution, is point it while the gun's pointed straight ahead. Right there. So if you look at them, they're more or less lined up, but you can see that the turret face on the M1IP is slightly different in profile. It's a little longer. There's a bit more armor there. And the back of the turret has that big turret bustle on it. Oh, and because I just bumped the O key, you can see the ammunition layout. The hull rack in the Abrams is apparently largely forgotten about by a lot of crew. They don't use it that much these days. What am I doing? Not that button. So we've already seen the Abrams at work. We've seen the M60 at work. Where is my... BMP? You have no way of adjusting the gun sight on this. It's a little long. A little short. Somewhere in the middle. Still a touch short. That hit the base of the target. A lot of fire and adjust with this thing. Really, you wouldn't be using the Grom at this range usually. But the reason the Grom is there, so it's kind of complicated. The Grom is not a gun in the traditional sense. The Grom is kind of a recoilless rifle. So it's like a cut down SPG-9. It uses a low pressure charge to fire a round, which then becomes a rocket-propelled grenade. Like the SPG-9 is not really a true recoilless rifle either for the same reason. But if you look at the ammunition, you can see that white sort of cylinder-looking thing on the base of it. That's the actual propellant charge that yeets it out the gun tube, and then the rocket in the round fires. So this thing shoots almost dead flat to 300 meters, where the motor burns out, and as soon as that motor burns out, it drops really harsh. So the Grom was designed as a sort of point-blank weapon that can knock out a tank, and then above 300 meters, where the Grom rapidly drops off in effectiveness. It's a heat round, so it doesn't lose effectiveness with distance like a kinetic round does, but it will lose accuracy. Oh, that's bound. Interesting. It will lose accuracy, and it's harder to aim because you have to super elevate the gun. You don't have any sort of range finding solution for it besides just this, you know, basic kind of grid. So at close range you would use the Grom, and at long range you would use Malyutka. Now, the reason the Grom is there is because Malyutka cannot hit something within 300 meters. It needs a certain amount of distance so the missile can stabilize and the operator can kind of figure out where the fuck the missile is and start steering it. It is a manual command to line of sight missile, so it's quite awkward to get hits with. Especially if you're a fucking ham fist like me. Yeah, that was... I need to be able to traverse the turret a bit so I can see the end of travel for that target. No. I'm not having a good day with these things today. Yeah, it does still have auto trim. I'm trying to train myself not to use it. So if they end up taking it away, I'm not going to suddenly become totally ineffective overnight. Well, we were almost, like, we were off the lead, but we almost had it at the right range. It's, yeah, it's quite difficult to use. Oh, so close. But, yeah, this is your main anti-tank weapon for longer ranges, and then the Grom is your close range, oh shit, something just rolled around the corner. That's your weapon for that. The turret is unstabilized completely, so have fun hitting anything on the move. Pro tip, you won't. You want a BMP-2 for that. But this thing wasn't really designed to engage on the move anyway. This thing was designed, like a lot of Soviet tanks, to engage from a short halt. Even the T-72, it does have a gun stabilizer in the 72, but it's still designed mostly to engage from short halts, because Soviet doctrine was that you would roll the tanks up to a certain range, which was usually at or outside, like at the edge of or outside the range of the US tanks, the accurate range of them, and then fire a volley, and then start advancing, stop, fire a volley, and just do that all the way in. And these guys would be typically behind the tanks. T-64A is pretty close, I think. They've been teasing screenshots of it in-game, so my beloved should be here soon. I'm not sure what else. But I'll be a very happy boy when T-64A gets here. The American tanks undoubtedly had better fire control systems than the T-72, but I really like how hands-on this is. Like, just something about this system with its whirring mechanical components and the... like, it's just satisfying to use, man. I don't know. I really like this thing. Auto lead is nice, but this is nicer. Little behind. There we go. You gonna do a mission? Yeah, sure. We can do a mission. No T-80 yet, but it is coming at some point. We'll be getting the T-80 when the Soviets arrive. Which, if we get the T-64 soon, they should be arriving soon. Let's do one of the new ones. These are all Chadley missions. Let's do a Chadley mission. 3BM26. Oh, it'll be nice to actually have good ammo for once in the T-72. Well, not the T-72 actually, the T-64 and the T-80. The East Germans won't get it. The East Germans never got anything better than 3BM15. Interested in them making a view so you can use the AA sites? There's not much point at the moment because there's no aircraft in yet. Maybe when helicopters are in, that might become a thing. We still have to get commander sites. What does he see? Oh, that is not good. Fire and adjust. We're gonna go zoom out in the nightmare vision and zoom in with the regular. So we'll use the nightmare vision to identify where there's probably a target, and then we'll use the day sight to actually identify and engage, which is technically what I should have been doing before. Problem is I can't see them very well here. That sounded like a Malyutka. That's definitely a Malyutka. It's kind of silly sitting in the open ineffectively sniping like that. You'll notice how long it takes me to restock on my armor-piercing ammo. It takes a long time to transfer ammunition around in the Bradley. Oh wow, the AI did it for me. Let's actually restart and let's not let the AI do it for us this time. We'll make it 50. We don't need it to be 75. So the friendly screen is the M113s out there. So once they start taking fire, we know that the enemy's coming. My platoon mates are having trouble keeping up with me here. Oh shit, hello. He's taking fire already. Oh, the Warrior. The Warrior has it's a 30mm Radin gun. Yeah, it's a fucking clip-loaded gun. It's also unstabilized. An unstabilized clip-loaded fucking gun. I mean, there's reasons for it, but yeah, like, it's very interesting and very British. These trees are not helping me here. Okay, he's burning. think he's knocked out already. Yeah, it's a pretty powerful gun, and that's part of the reason why it's designed the way it is. But, ergonomically, it could be better. Man, my own fucking platoon are just showing me up here. A lot of British designs are really interesting because they have really unique requirements for things. So, for instance, one of the few exceptions to the interceptors needing long legs thing was the English Electric Lightning. And the reason it didn't need long legs is because it was designed for, first of all, like a fairly small country area-wise, but also the fact that it was designed to protect V-Force, which is the British nuclear bomber force, at the time. It was designed to protect V-Force air bases from incoming Soviet bombers. So it only needed a very short range. It was literally a point defense interceptor. Whereas Soviet and American and Canadian, although they mostly ended up using American stuff after Arrow, they needed long range because they're very large countries with a lot of sort of vast unpopulated areas to police, particularly Canada and the Soviet Union, because the far north is such a hostile environment. They needed something with good legs on it, which is part of the reason why Canada adopted the Voodoo after the Arrow was cancelled, over some of the alternatives that were offered. Do Nightbane. Hard to compete with AI? Yeah, they're actually competent, unlike me. I think we'll make this the last mission because I want to catch the hockey game that's starting in about 40 minutes. I need to get something to eat as well. So it's a pretty short stream today, guys. I know it's been a really scuffed one as well. But hopefully I can get a longer stream in sometime. Either through the week or next weekend. I'll see what I can do about getting my hours adjusted so I can actually, you know, stream more often like I used to. Guns out. Can't fire. Gun barrel's damaged. Shit. Did he get my other T-72? Yes, he did. This is where we would be popping smoke and retreating. We can't use the ESS in this yet, or the smoke grenade launchers, but that is an option we would have in real life. Or once it's added to the game. You see my, the Luna was knocked out? The Luna being the spotlight, so I now cannot see shit. Am I reversed into something? I can't tell. There's the moon. I am reversed into something. A tree, in fact. And there goes the tank. These M60s are A3 TTS. They don't have, or they don't need an active IR source because they got thermals. So the early M60s will have that big fucking boxy spotlight, but the TTS doesn't need it, so it doesn't have it. They have much better night optics than I do. They can actually see what they're doing. I mean, T80 has shit night optics too, and a slow reverse speed. Those are problems you're going to have to deal with no matter which Soviet MBT you're in. Hey, there we go. You'll notice there's a bit of light bleed from the IR spotlight. Those are quite powerful lights, and the black light filter is not enough to filter out all of the visible. So you do see a faint red glow from them. What's more, if I actually drive over here to these guys, and then we'll hop back in. Actually, I need to... Like, you'll notice that the light's following the gun. I'm just looking through the commander's head-mounted set now. But if I go over to where these wrecks are, and point the gun at them... First of all, you'll notice the gun casting a shadow on the left half of the screen. That's the shadow of the gun tube itself. But then these guys cast shadows as well. So if I park my tank next to them, remember that they're quite tall compared to me. If I park my tank next to them and start shining the light across them, they will cast a really long shadow. It's a little hard to notice because I'm so close, it's quite bright, but you'll notice how the shadow from his tank is cast on the ground way behind him. So on a darker night, that would look really spooky. It's pretty bright because we've got a full moon here, but it's quite a cool effect. And if I find my buddy over there... Oh, did he get knocked out as well? I think he did. Yeah, he got knocked out too. Otherwise, I'd point the light at him and switch tanks so you can see it. But you can actually see the glow from this. We can fit in another mission or two. You can see the glow from it from other tanks. So, just like real life, you kind of don't want to have every one of your tanks searching with their active IR. You want to have one guy with the spotlight on and one guy with it off who's watching where the other guy's shining his light. Because you turn that thing on, you become a giant fucking target to everybody who has night vision. What game are you going to watch? Oilers. I'm really hoping they win this one, because otherwise, another year... Well, I mean, it's not a year of complete disappointment, because they got to the fucking conference finals, which is good. Been a while since they did that. Oh yeah, there's the rally. So we do have the rally there. Let's do Silver Dart, and then we'll do Bumbling Baboons afterwards. Should have time for 2 quick missions. Reverse speed depends on the gearing. So whatever the gearing ratio is what you get for reverse speed. What I'm going to do is do what I did last time and just use the different optics modes. You can see how effective the fire control system on this thing is. I love the crew voices. Yep, M1 IP. Oh shit. That fucking damage log though. I just saw a shot go out. Don't know what at. I have an idea because I played this mission enough times. It is slightly random. Oh, fuck me! Jump scare! The AI still has some issues dealing with fire gating, as you see him yeeting shells into the air there. Fuck, 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 fuck! Fuck, 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 fuck! Working on it! My loader's fucked up. That went into the fucking ammo compartment, that's why. Although, where his point of aim is, he's probably not going to knock me out. Let's do that one again. I like this mission. It's a good mission. The voice lines are fucking amazing, hey? It's a mix of just people that wanted to do voice acting work and actual tankers. And they panic more the closer the enemy gets when they're being looked at, shot at, when a friendly takes a hit. Like, it's not just yelling all the time, and it's not just calm all the time. It actually dynamically adjusts, which is fucking awesome. Re-engage? Bro, how many rounds? That has to be ceasefire. Short. Heat rounds at longer ranges are a little sketchy. Also, I'm just a bad shot in general. That was better. Wants me to take the... The AI will freak out on the ridgeline sometimes, which is kind of an ongoing issue. So you notice him doing that this time, because I'm really trying to hug the ridge. Hey, Mike Delta! Cheers for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. I've been having a bit of a dumpster fire in DCS today, so I decided to knock that on the head a bit earlier than planned. What do we got left? He's knocked out. They're knocked out. They're all knocked out. Sometimes you get an ATGM. Oh, I see you. Don't think I didn't notice. There he is. Oh, fuck. Never mind. Never mind. Fire control systems out. Loader's wounded, so it's going to take a while to load this. Yeah, I'm really eager for this. Like, watching this develop has been awesome, and kind of imagining what it's going to be like when it's complete is amazing. The AI still needs a little bit of work, though. Yeah. Right, no power. I'm immobilized. My loader's just about dead. Multiplayer is coming, just don't know when. And that includes multi-crew. I was kind of hoping to get that through the other tank's fucking track and into him, but it looks like it didn't quite work out that way. Let me see. We got a sound bug. Hear that? We got a sound bug. I'll have to report that one later. That got him. Yeah, I hope they do expand it to include the north part of Germany as well, because having British tanks would be very, very nice. And that's also where I'd get my T-64B. I think... Have we lost the other Abrams? I can't switch to him. And there's still something, so we're going to restart again. PvP, it's not... Well, there might be PvP, they haven't really decided how to do it yet, because it's not meant to be like arena sort of gameplay like War Thunder is. If there is PvP, it will be kind of more like DCS... Well, I say more like DCS PvP. It won't be the way that you think of PvP, put it that way. So it's going to be mostly co-op and PvE focused, until they can figure out how to get PvP that doesn't just turn into fucking death arenas like War Thunder. Because that kind of gameplay and realism are mutually exclusive. Oh, fuck. I can barely see that thing. Oh, it's behind a tree, that's why. There we go. The 456 rounds don't have shoulder fuses, so if it hits the front armor at the right angle, it'll just skip off without detonating. Which is what it was doing there. Oh shit. Working on it! Oh shit, it's a bad shot. It's not an ideal situation. It's a very not ideal situation. Tank crew VR. Unfortunately, I do not have VR. Though I would like to try it out for stuff like that. Oh, we're fucked. This mission's a lot harder than it used to be, because these guys flank you. It used to be a pretty straightforward mission, but now because it's slightly randomized, you get tanks spawning in places that you don't expect them from. Which is good. Keeps it unpredictable. Okay, don't need to follow that up then. It's obstructed. Oh fuck. I think he abandoned his... Yeah, he abandoned his weapon because that shot went straight over his head and he didn't like it. I don't think I... Oh, he wanted me to engage a tank. He's down. He's very much not down. Oof! Fuck. It keeps happening. Have I got my... No, he's knocked out. I don't know what he was doing. I feel like I'm playing this mission too slow now. I used to rush through it and get knocked out by the ATGMs, but if you wait too long, you get rolled up on by these guys. Try Chieftain DCS, drive VR. Oh, is the Chieftain drivable now? I thought it wasn't originally. Huh, I'll have to try it out. They must have added that recently, like the drivability of it, they must have added recently. Parts of Germany does it cover? So at the moment it's covering the area around Fulda and Point Alpha. So they're gonna do like theaters for this. So the initial theater is Centag's area of responsibility, so that's going to be the Americans, the West Germans, and if it was more in depth, it will like more depth as in literal depth, it would be the French as well, but it's probably not going to go that far back, so it'll be the Americans and the West Germans versus the Soviets and the East Germans. Further north, you've got the Brits against the some of the more fancy Soviet armored formations with things like T-64Bs and a shitload of T-80s. Further down south, you start running into some of the Warsaw Pact allies around southern Germany. You won't get a 70 because it was never in service. There's no prototypes in this game. Only things which saw service in reasonably large numbers. I'm actually running out of time for the hockey, so we're going to have to replay this mission more competently another day. But I'm going to switch over to one of my other favorite missions now. And we'll play it maybe from both red and blue. We'll start with blue and then we'll go red. Weren't there Canadians in West Germany? There were. I'm not sure what they had there for ground forces, to be honest, but I know that the RCAF did have quite a serious presence there. That's why the RCAF bought the F-104, not as a interceptor, but as a supersonic low-level strike aircraft. Initially nuclear strike, later became conventional. So what we're going to do is the same thing we did with the Abrams. We're going to use thermals as our kind of panned out situational awareness view, and then we're going to use the day sight as our actual identify targets and engage them view. Until I panic and get that all ass backwards. Which will no doubt happen soon. With like not pay-per-view services, but subscription services, and Dad got a trial to one, so... I'm not going to be able to hit him. Oh, fuck. I see you. You can see where that shot went. Is he still on his launcher? Yes, he is. Go away, you horrible little shit. Is he knocked out?
Gunner, Sabo tank! Identified! Fire! Obstructed! Target! Target lost! Gunner, Sabo tank! Identified! Fire! On the way! Target!
Got lucky there. The AI are a little all over the place today as well, much like me. I think this is my platoon and they're getting the shits because they're trying to follow all my maneuvers while I'm doing dumb shit. So they maybe need a way to tell if the lead tank's maneuvering too much and then just drop back to a different behavior where they're not trying to follow it one for one. There's still something left or the mission would have ended.
Gunner, Sabo tank!
And that would be what?
Fire!
Oof. No gunner, and yep, there I go. The BRDM might be dead. I think it was just rolling with the dead driver. I can't actually... Oh, there we go. Never mind. Well, it is possible he's still up. We'll go have a look. Don't think I don't see you. I know he's looking at us. There we go. That was the last one. Yeah. The main issue I run into at the moment is just task saturation, because I'm trying to drive without running into stuff and spot tanks and engage things all at the same time. So I used to play a lot of Red Orchestra, the original one, and I would just have a friend drive and I'd exclusively be doing gunner and commander stuff. I find it much easier when somebody else takes care of the driving. When I have to do all three at once, it makes it a little difficult. Is a good M1 loader faster than a T72 or 80 auto loader? Depends. For short bursts, yeah, maybe. As the engagement draws out and they tire out, not really. It also depends. So the T72 autoloader can only rotate in one direction. So as it needs to start drawing ammo from other parts of the carousel, it slows down. The T80 can rotate both directions. So can the T64s. I think the T64B introduced that. But the T72 can only go the one way. So if you fire your first Saber round and then you select heat, the carousel's got to go all the way around once to get to the heat round, which was next to the Saber, but like behind it, if that makes sense. Like it would have had to go the wrong way to go to it. So it has to go all the way around for a full revolution, pick it up, and then if you switch back or go to HE, it does it again. So it's complicated. Let's put it that way. It's complicated. Like, there are trade-offs you make for having a human loader. Your tank has to be bigger. It has to have more armor, which means more weight. You know, for equivalent protection, because you've got the larger volume to have another crew member in there, means the tank's got to be bigger, means for equivalent protection, you've got to have more armor. So that's a trade-off you make. On the other hand, you gain another pair of eyes. You gain another person to help with maintenance. Instead, with an autoloader, you can have a smaller tank. You can have less weight for the same equivalent protection. You can have, you know, a pretty consistent rate of fire. Not 100% consistent, but, you know, the autoloader doesn't tire out or crack the shits with you. But you also have less guys to maintain the tank. It really depends on which one you prefer, depends on which tank you are trained on, and your own kind of personal philosophy. Because I've heard arguments go both ways from people who have been in both kinds of tanks. Autopilot then gun saves you crashing into things. Yeah, although even with the autopilot, it, like, especially if I'm trying to do something approaching a berm drill, which I'm very bad at to begin with, it makes it really hard for me because I'm fumbling with the opposite side of my keyboard. So once this gets multi-crew, I'll find it a lot easier, I think. Survivability? No. The auto, like, it depends on the autoloader mechanism. Soviet autoloader mechanisms are pretty fucking dependable. They're very mechanically simple. There's not much to go wrong with them. But Like, it depends where the tank gets hit. Depends what it gets hit by. But a well-designed autoloader is not a penalty to survivability at all. Not in the slightest. It's probably the opposite. Now, where you do run into issues is once the autoloader's, like, actual, in the case of the 72 to carousel, once that's empty, it takes a long time to refill, because you've got to basically work the autoloader backwards by hand to refill it. So, it is a bit of a trade-off, but that sort of in-combat burst speed is quite high. Feeling a little exposed here. I'll go for close guy first. Oh, and there we go. Main gun breach damage, so we're probably not going to be able to get any more effective shots off. Yeah, gun's out of commission. We're going to switch tanks. Oh, he got me on that one too. Well, it's a good opportunity for an ATGM shot. The one place I could hit him that wouldn't fucking insta-kill him. Okay, that's him done. Really not having a good one. Where'd that tank go? There he is. Oh shit. Oh shit, he's not happy. I don't think he's actually knocked out yet though. Okay, that's the end of him. Puck drop is just about to happen, so I'm going to find somewhere to send you guys, and I will catch you hopefully tomorrow, Monday. There's an armor mission tomorrow morning, I think. I don't know if I'm going to be awake in time for it because I've been sleeping in because work. But I'll try and get a stream out tomorrow afternoon, if nothing else. And like I said, I'll see about getting my hours switched around so I can pick streaming back up like I did before, rather than be doing it every second week. Hopefully get some more time on the Cold War server as well, because I've barely been able to fucking play for weeks now. Who have we got? I think today I will send you to... Who will I send you to? I'll send you guys to Teleport, I think. Give me a moment here. Dumb shit, sophisticated randomized confusement. Yeah, well, you know, maybe. We can call it that. Oh, he doesn't have raids on. Okay, well, never mind. Let's go to then. Let's go to JP. Give me a moment. There we go. Thanks for watching, guys. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Stay safe. I will catch you probably tomorrow. In the meantime, fingers crossed for an Oilers win, maybe? Please? Please?